Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. Not sure if this is going to be a long one or a short one, but we have quite a few videos for you here today. Also want to give a shout out to anybody who has just recently became a member to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Anybody who more than likely has donated as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And the first video of the woman that you see directly in front of you, I would actually put her online name directly out here, but can't do that because yeah, she does certain types of work. That's not safe for work or for anybody who is currently on a cell phone or a computer, more than likely at work or home, to actually look up at this moment in time. So we're not going to do that. Just note that this woman who is African, she stated that she is from Africa. She came here at a very young age. Just note that as she is talking real greasy, right, real slick, talking out the side of her neck about Black Americans, just note that she does a certain type of online work. And when I actually found out, shout out to the people. Hey, yo, what is up, Miss Anderson? What is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. You are the first one directly in the chat at this moment in time. What is up? What is up? We also got Pink in the building. What is happening? So, as you guys hear her voice, I want y'all to understand she does a certain type of work, and I've seen some of her work. It's crazy work. There's also white guys involved as well too. Color me surprised directly on that. But yeah, we're going to let her talk. We're going to let her talk. Shout out to Ishmael D Money. What is up? That man still looking for the 10% still to this day. And what is up, William? What is up? What is up? So let me play this video for y'all.
Some of y'all African Americans are so damn stupid, you know that? I'm here to tell you why. Why are y'all saying that y'all started hair braiding and that us African people, we are copying you? It started from Africa years, thousands and thousands of years ago. Matter of fact, it was the Namibia people that actually started hair braiding, and then it just continued as a continent. So why y'all saying that, hair braiding, y'all started it? That's a damn lie. Who copying who? Think about it. Who copying who? Why in the hell would Beyonce go ahead and, ask for some African people to come all the way, fly them all the way to America? Yeah, she did that, okay? Just so that they could teach her a certain dance. And only the African people could do it. And nobody else was able to do that dance but the Africans. And she wanted to learn. So who copying who? Who copying who? Oh, so y'all can go ahead and steal our stuff. But then when we start to do things that we are the originals at, y'all start saying that we're copying y'all. America is the biggest propaganda country that I know. The only reason why we even know about y'all is because in Africa, they kept showing us, like they kept showing y'all to us on MTV. That's how we came to know about y'all. So that's how y'all culture became popular. So stop talking like, oh, we have the most popular culture in the whole world. No, you lying. Why are you lying? We didn't even know who the hell y'all were. We didn't even know y'all until the white team man started to push it on us, Africans. Okay? When an African family gives birth to a child here in the States, the child automatically starts to sound like an American. Just like in the UK, when an African family gives birth to a child in the UK, they talk with the UK accent. So some of y'all coming for me talking about, oh, y'all even try to talk like us. MF, listen, fool. I moved over here when I was a baby. So how else do you expect me to talk like if this is all I've ever known? Y'all forgetting that when you live in an environment, you become the product of your environment. You see those African Americans that went to Ghana to live there now. Okay, now let them have a baby. How you think the child gonna sound like? But y'all look at the movie Black Panther. I know many of y'all seen that movie already, okay? So why were y'all trying to sound
What?
African in the movie in Black Panther? Why were y'all trying to sound African? So who copied who? And why were y'all, the whole Black Panther
Okay,
movie
I gotta.
culture?
Okay.
So
I just gotta stop, bro. Oh man. Ooh, brother. Ooh, ooh, brother. Ooh. What's that, brother? What's that? Let me. I'm not sure. This is how I know that you got some people that just did not grow up in America. They don't know nothing about nothing, and they just want to run their mouth. She asked about Black Panther. Does she not know that that was made by Marvel? You got white guys that made that. Black people, we didn't make that. We didn't make that. White people made that. And you're wondering why it is that the Black American actors are talking in an African accent. That's because Wakanda is supposed to be based in Africa. So if Marvel is based in America and it's an American creation, and Black Panther is an American creation, but the character is based in a, what if Africa, obviously we're going to have our people do it, right? And we're going to have them speak in a African type of dialect to sell the story, correct? It's almost like how I don't know, Idris Elba, right? He's an African, he's a British African, and he was in a show called The Wire. And for the longest time possible, I did not know that Idris Elba was British. Did not know. Didn't know. He was Stringer Bell. I thought he was American. He had me fooled. Had me fooled. Again, see how that works? He's African from the UK. He decides to do a role where the whole story, the theme is based in America. What does he decide to do as an actor? He takes on an American persona. He emulates, he copies, along with the dialect, the vernacular, the speech, the slang. He sells the story, and he did a very good job. It's the exact same thing. I don't understand. But this is what happens when the only thing that you're good at is pretty much selling yourself directly online. This is what that pretty much sums up. And I want to know, this is not me trying to shame people who are in that type of work. Like I said, more, all power to those who are honest about that work and the work that they do. Um, I just want to clearly state that this woman who was African decided not to get a trade, decided not to get a college education or whatever you want to consider higher learning. And she opted to just put herself directly online. And I guess putting herself online is not really paying the bills. So she opted to start doing stuff directly on TikTok. And this seems to be the main hottest topic. And she's getting a lot of traction directly from it. So this is about what? Her umpteenth video of her deciding to talk about this. Okay. That Black Panther part, I'm just, wow. That's Africa. This is your people. Y'all got to come pick y'all people up. Y'all missed the whole route the first time to come pick people up. I'm pretty sure everybody knows the directions by now to come and how it is to come pick up their lost child, their family. Y'all need to come pick her up. Well, let's continue.
y'all can go ahead and take stuff from us and do what you do, but then when we are the original creators of everything, because we are trend centers, okay? We are trend setters. Yes, we are. Okay, so when we go ahead and we being ourselves, then y'all want to flip the script and be like, we're trying to be like y'all, but meanwhile, it's y'all that is looking up to us. And you know what? It's not even your fault that y'all are like us. You know why? Because you are like us. You're African. You're African. Like, what's wrong with you? So it is imprinted in your DNA to behave the way y'all are behaving. If y'all really, then why are y'all unaliving one another in America down to y'all rappers and everything? Oh, and rapping comes from Africa.
What?
Okay? Just like I said, we had our own thing going on before.
Whoa, whoa. Um, let me just pull this back because I hate when they start doing this and they start claiming a whole bunch of stuff. What rapping in Africa? Who are your famous rappers in Africa? Like what? Like what are we talking about? What rappers did y'all have back in the 80s in Africa that everybody around the world knew and was listening? Huh? What? What what are we even talking about? What are we doing right now? What are we doing right now? You got to be kidding me right now. Like y'all really try to come online and try to claim everything. Like it doesn't make any type of like for a continent, a whole landmass that has a whole lot of stuff. It's crazy how people make it seem so empty. Like it makes no sense. It's like you got all of that stuff there to claim, but I guess you can't claim it and touch it because white people got it, right? The same thing, like it's crazy to me that you got like rubber, you got like gold and copper and y'all got all of this stuff directly there that you can that's in front of your sight, but it's like it's so out of reach because white people got it because you sold it off just like you sold off your people. It's crazy how that works, but you want to sit up there and try to lay claim to something you can't even claim yourselves. As a matter of fact, you can barely even claim any of the language in some areas that you just so happen to speak because remember, you guys were colonized. So you had those colonizers who took over those areas, they had you speaking their language. And whatever your original language was lost. You don't even know what it is. Same thing with you using colonizer money instead of your own money. Like I said, y'all got so many different types of minerals there that you can formulate your own money, such as gold. But yet that has not really happened. It was going to happen at one point with Gaddafi. Yep, I forgot. I forgot what happened with that one. And then it was going to happen. Oh yeah, that's right. They took that guy out too. Wow, it's crazy. It's almost as if it's just not meant to be. I guess But the interesting thing is, out of all of those times that things could have transpired and taken place, you would have thought the other nations would have been like, you know what, since obviously it's not working if one person does it, let's have about like 10 of us all make our currency into gold and now see what happens. Nobody wants to do that because everybody running scared. And it's crazy. She said something else here. Let me just pull this back real quick. She said the whole thing with rapping. That's what it was. She wanted to talk about crime within proximity, as if y'all don't have civil wars going on in that area. Like, are we serious? Are we kidding? Are we kidding at this moment in time? It's like not only do y'all have crime and corruption amongst your own people, not only do you have a type of mutilation that happens directly with the women, not only do you have the sacrificing of the albinos directly down there, not only do you have groups sitting up there kidnapping 300 people, it's like y'all got so much stuff going on at this moment in time. Like if we were literally, if it was supposed to be the Black American stats versus African stats, you're in 14 different universes. We are nowhere. We could never even hold a sun to what it is that you're able to light up. We couldn't even do it. So how dare you? How dare you, out of all of the things and the atrocities and the acts that you've committed against your own people, right? Ones that you've done, and then the others that you've allowed other people, such as Europe, to do. How dare you sit up there and get on the internet and try to talk about black people? What about what you guys do to each other in the community? You sound just like the white folks. When people don't got no other better argument, this is the road that everybody tends to go. Wow. That's crazy. It's almost the exact same argument that a lot of white people try to bring up. Well, if you black people wanted to, really make your own cities, why don't you do it? Nobody's stopping you. Well, you guys did that like 9,999 times throughout the United States. Burned them down, flushed them directly out, firebombed, turned to ash, turned them into ponds, rivers, lakes, whatever it is. You did everything possible to make sure that those things do not even exist. And then you turn around and got the audacity to ask black people, well, why aren't you guys building? If you guys really wanted to be separate and from your own, well, why aren't you guys building? Because all you're going to do is just bring it directly down like you always do. It's almost as if the safest bet is basically living amongst everybody else, because you're not going to sit up there and do that while everybody's there. Now, will you? Color me surprised, because as I look around, that's not what is currently happening. But for whatever reason, as stories at 2024 through 2025, where it deals with black farmers, where they have people burning stuff and doing things on the black farmers' land and property, and magically the police aren't doing anything about it, and magically it's not really getting that type of light, when it deals with mainstream media. Color me surprised. Color me surprised. But this is where we are. This is where we are, guys. This is the level of stupidity that we have currently hit online when it deals with this topic and this conversation. Ah, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Alive in one another in America, down to y'all rappers and everything. Oh, and rapping comes from Africa, okay? Just like I said, we had our. And then you know what the white T-man does to y'all? When it comes to us African people, they brainwash y'all brains and made y'all see the bad side of Africa. Like them kids that are starving and everything. So y'all think that's what Africa is, but no. Put the cornbread down, okay? And go get some goddamn
Put the cornbread down.
education, all right?
I've never in all of my existence heard somebody say, put the cornbread down. And the craziest part is I literally just ate. I had some greens and cornbread just last night. But besides that, I've never heard somebody say, like, was that supposed to be like a shot, or is that like an African thing or something? I'm just a little bit confused. Like, you don't hear Black Americans sitting up there telling people, put the goat head in the jollof rice. We're not saying, like, that sounds stupid. It sounds stupid. Like, what? Huh? Huh? I'm. I feel like I feel like some points just went away mentally. Like, I don't even know. I feel like I've just become dumber from listening to this woman. Like, it's the craziest thing. I swear to you, it's like the hamster just fell directly off the wheel. I'm just, oh my goodness. And let me tell you, the content that she does is not great. I'm just gonna be I'm just gonna be honest. Since people want to, since she want to be out here online, sitting up there like taking shots, her content is not that great. In comparison to like other people that are directly out there on Twitter at this moment in time, just randomly showing up in anime and gaming threads. Oh my, her content is horrible. I'm just gonna be real. It's bland. And nobody should even pay for it. If you're a guy and you pay for her content on any site, you are desperate. And there's a special place for you in hell, because you shouldn't be paying for that. You shouldn't be paying for that. Any of the guys that have even been seen in any of the pictures, even in close proximity to that woman in relations, you have to be desperate. You have to be desperate. Her voice is annoying. Just I don't even know what type of accent that is. Out of all of the United States, I done heard some crazy accents, especially people from like New England and Boston, right? People want to say "ka," and all other type of. I done heard some crazy accents directly. I don't know what accent that is. She is an African that is in America at this moment in time, and I don't recognize this accent. I don't even know. I'm trying to figure out if she's trying to pull like a Robert Downey Jr., where she's like playing the character. She's a woman dressed as a woman playing as another woman, because everything that she's doing seems as though that it's just like this weird caricature that she imagines in her brain of what a black woman in America is supposed to be. And she's just trying to emulate the most ridiculous version of that and just put that directly online along with the voice and the way that she speaks. Because it's like, even if she's doing ebonics, I'm not I'm lost. Like, just brother, brother, Jesus Christ, Jesus, sweet Jesus mercy. For a lot of men out there, I need us to do better. I need us to do better. Um, Stop giving free money away. Start getting hobbies. Start getting hobbies. Please do not feed her. Do not put money in her pockets. Like, if it's through TikTok and she's doing this foolishness, that's cool. Do not be buying her content. Don't do it. Don't do it. I like, yo, you have to be a lowly soul as a man to go that far. There's a lot of many different avenues. A lot of many different avenues. I weep for knowing the fact that you got guys out here that have been with her. I weep. Oh boy. Oh my God. I see why she's over here, because obviously those over there in Africa, they didn't want no parts of that family at all. I understand why. I get it. I get it. Some crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Dante Adams said she does. Yes, she does. She does. And she needs to find a new occupation. Needs to find a new occupation. That's not it. That's not it. Nope. But like most things, there's a guy out there that's going to buy it. It's crazy. Anyways, we're going to go to the we're going to go to the next video. Next video.
Black Americans, when they get to talking like this, I want y'all to know that we don't owe a nigga. See, what I notice about these other groups of people, especially these other groups of blacks, is that they like to use shaming tactics or say things that they supposedly did for us as an excuse of why they get to come here and disrespect us, or why we need to be united or acknowledge them. And that's why we here to set the record straight. Watch this. To all the Africans, we are not all from Africa. Some of us are indigenous to America. We don't know you, boy. My family's from Miami and St. Louis. I don't owe you. Don't owe you no unity. We not one big family. You don't get here. You don't get to come here and be disrespectful. To the Mexicans, y'all ain't contribute to the runaway slaves. That was the black Mexicans. Y'all ain't do. And then y'all killed the black Mexicans in Mexico. We don't owe you nothing, boy. To all the Haitians, kudos and credit to what you did on Haiti, but that ain't do for us in America. We don't owe you. We've been revolting since 1526. We've been like that and been on that, on this larger landmass. It's not no small island. We've been putting BTA to these motherfuckers since 1526 in all 50 states. We don't owe you nothing. No unity, no recognition. No, we do not look up to you. And white folks, we forced y'all to sign them paperwork for freedom. You already knew what kind of time we was on. It was going to go down one way or another. You know what I'm saying? For the Florida Seminoles to the Nat Turners, it wasn't going to stop. Y'all just got wise and went ahead and said, let's go ahead and sign these documents. We don't owe y'all nothing. Y'all ain't got no hearts. Y'all ain't got no souls. You would have kept this going if it wasn't for these BTAs across all 50 states. And last but not least, the Native Americans. Shit, y'all owe us. Because the last time I checked, that U.S. Treaty of 1866 that them white boys made y'all sign said that you owed the freemen, the slaves that you had during slavery and after slavery, the same reparations that the white boys was giving you. So that's the land, the reservations that you on, you're supposed to be sharing that with us. The government funding that you getting, something that's supposed to be going to us. And you owe us natural citizenship into your tribes. I'm supposed to be with the Seminoles right now. So what's up?
The man was speaking bars. I saw one of the comments directly up there. Let me see if I can go back real quick. Yo, Jago, what is up? What is up? What you said? I remember growing up in Louisiana. We always talked about going to Africa to trace our DNA. This hurts a lot, but necessary to stop the disrespect. Yeah, it is. Because at a point in time before all of this really started online, there was a point in time where a lot of Black Americans was like, "Yo, I wanna sit up there and travel. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to try to make a connection with Africa." And, right, that's naturally us, right? Where we feel as though if we might have family somewhere, or we just want to see people that look like us, and we want to share and take part of a culture, that's the type of thing that we tend to do, right? And we come with a type of love, admiration, and respect when we do those types of things. But now we're at a point in 2025 where you have immense disrespect towards Black Americans from all sides. It doesn't matter. Like I said, you got it from Africans, you got it from the UK Africans, you got it from Asians out here, you got from the Indians in India, you got the Indians in America, you got those out there in Canada. Right, like I said, there is not a place on this globe, barely, where Black Americans are not receiving disrespect and people speaking on them negatively. And then to make it worse, it's almost as if everybody is on the same page about rewriting history. It's like not only do people want to just come in, because at first it started with the whole thing with hip hop, right? Everybody, I didn't, you had Italian boys out here talking about, oh, we need to get our credit and our just due for the things that we brought to hip. What did you bring to hip hop? What did you bring? Pasta sauce? Like what are we talking about here? Like I don't know anybody. I can't list you an Italian rap because it doesn't exist, at least in my mind. Because who like what are we talking about? It's like what we got the mob out here. That's Italian mob out here rapping it. Like what? Like I said, everybody was trying to take credit, and then Fat Joe at a moment in time, he was the main headliner. You have Fat Joe out here talking about for the Cubans and the Puerto Ricans and da 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 da, and then you had the Latins directly out here, you had Dominicans directly out here, and then you started seeing Africans. I'm like, brother, I need you to sit down, have a good 500 seats back yonder, because this is not it. Do not dare, do not dare come on here and decide that you want to try to sit up there and say that you deserve some type of credit for hip hop, rap in the United. No, you don't. And the same thing with the UK blacks. I need all of y'all to shut up 1000%, because y'all talking real crazy. Y'all talking real. Y'all ain't know nothing about rap up until we brought it directly to the scene. Y'all ain't know nothing about that. Like I said, if we didn't bring y'all rap, y'all be still listening to the Beatles. And to be realistic, you wouldn't even have the Beatles if it wasn't for Little Richard. Just saying. Anyways, it's crazy out here how when you think about and look at a lot of things musically, how it can be linked back to Black Americans. Crazy how that works. Like I said, Little Richard, whoo, a lot of people linked to Little Richard. Got Mick Jagger out there, got the Beatles, and so on and so on and so on. Jimi Hendrix, and it's a lot of stuff directly out there. A lot of stuff. But again, Black Americans don't get any type of credit. We have to be the ones to give credit to ourselves. We got to be the ones to pat ourselves on the back. And then people are like, "Oh, you're just cocky. If you actually did this, then you wouldn't have to speak about it. Other people would speak for you." Obviously not, because Black Americans have created a lot of inventions that everybody is currently using in their homes at this moment in time. It doesn't matter where you are on this planet. A Black American had a hand or created that. But yet, where's the credit? Do you think that any of those people care? No. Do you think anybody's going to give credit? No. Do you think people are going to give research? No. They're going to go with the exact same notion. Black people don't create nothing. White people created everything. So why would Black Americans think that supernaturally people are going to give credit where it's supposed to be due? They're not. If they've been lying about history, been stealing inventions, been doing everything possible, including not telling Black Americans who it is that they actually are, on top of the world actually knowing as well too. We have to sit up there and do it ourselves. But the moment in time that we start doing it, we start doing research, we start enlightening ourselves, this is when everybody starts speaking. I'm like, wow, all of these groups were never this boisterous when Black Americans were just walking idly by through life, la da dee 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 da, and we were just like, hey, we're gonna just try to be all one, kumbaya, my lord. We're gonna be hand in hand with white people because I have a drink. The moment in time that Black Americans were just walking with that whole thing, nobody cared. You didn't hear nobody trying to be boisterous. You didn't hear no Cubans, no Dominicans, no Trinidadians, no Africans, no Jamaicans, no Mexicans, no Asians, no Indians. You didn't hear nobody trying to be boisterous about nothing. But supernaturally, the moment in time where Black Americans start speaking up for themselves, representing themselves, all of these groups that have been sitting idly by and just going to and from, minding their business, doing whatever, now everybody is looking at us and everybody wants to speak. Magically, everybody has something to say on social media, on TikTok. Wow, like I said before, I've never seen in my whole existence, I've never seen quote unquote Native Americans speak this much when it deals with Black people. Huh? what was what? This is crazy. And y'all had slaves too. And magically, y'all want to be the ones to open y'all mouths? Don't y'all got reservations to be minding at this moment in time? Don't y'all got a whole thing dealing with alcoholism and all types of crime dealing with those reservations? On top of the fact of the drug uses and the drug addicts directly out there? And that's coming directly from a source who gave you all of that, along with giving you quote unquote that share of that land. Because you had all of these nice and great treaties and this, that, and the third. And you were, walking hand in hand with, Paleface, doing the exact same thing. It's crazy work. And then y'all got to be the same exact ones that want to deny Black folks of what it is that they set up there and gave y'all. It's crazy how that works. Still got two ruling classes out here, even though you're a minority of a minority of a minority of a minority. But y'all still voted for Trump though. That's crazy. Like I said, all of this is crazy work out here. It's diabolical. 100%. It is 100%. Somebody said, you are full of it about Jamaicans, man. You really don't know anything about Jamaicans. My brother in Christ, you would be technically correct. You would be technically correct. On one end, I don't know anything about Jamaicans. I can only tell you what it is that Jamaicans would actually show me and or tell me. So if you want to say that I'm ignorant in that manner, you are correct, because I'm only getting from the loudest ones directly out there. No problem. You got that point. But I can tell you what I do know about Jamaicans though. I do know the fact, and I've covered this quite a few times directly on my channel. The fact that women from all over the world go directly to Jamaica in order to sleep with Jamaican men. I do know that. I do know the fact that with a high percentage that Jamaican men are, chances are very great, raising a child that is not theirs. Y'all happen to call them jackets, yellow jackets, whatever it is that you want to, refer to that as. I do know that you got a high amount of paternity fraud directly out there, because of how things are happening and going directly on. I do know that China is doing very great work right now in Jamaica at this moment in time. I do know for a fact that a lot of Jamaicans cannot go to their own beaches because they don't own those. So again, you are very much correct in how it is that I don't really know Jamaica, because I can only go by the people who are speaking the loudest online. But I do know that, again, you guys got a whole lot of stuff that y'all need to be fixing, versus trying to come here and trying to tell me what it is that I don't know. Go find out who your kids are, or if those are your kids. Go figure out if your wife is cheating on you and pinning children on you. Go figure out how those STD and those HIV tests are looking, since people are sitting up there doing sex tourism over there in Jamaica at this moment in time. So, like I said before, I'm not sure if people are brand new directly to this channel. I am not like every other content creator directly out here in these streets. The moment in time that I feel like there's a type of tone of disrespect here, we can all be disrespectful. And it is going to sit up to I'm just going to do it nicely. I'm just going to be, I'm going to be very cordial. I'm going to do it as nice as possible. But like I said before, you may want to go check your men over there in Jamaica and make sure that they're good, since I don't know that much, because STDs are running pretty rampant. There's a lot of white women that's running over there to Jamaica right now on a plane trip. What you going to do about that? Nothing. There's a lot of women from the United States going directly over there to Jamaica for that type of tourism on those rafts. And I covered these stories before. And I covered how American women are going directly over there. Specific groupings are going directly over there on those raft trips, looking nice, looking cute, looking pretty. And they like to duck off and slide directly to the side. And, they like to start doing stuff. And in certain instances, people are going in raw because nobody has a condom directly on them. Or in other instances, from what I've heard from an American woman, she specifically stated that the American female tourists would allow those guys to use, in a sense, a plastic bag as a condom. So, yeah, it's looking crazy over there, looking real wild, real wild. And not even that, I also got a video of a Jamaican woman in Jamaica that is openly talking about this. Because before, when I did these videos, because somebody from Jamaica wanted to, speak. We got the classic troll again. No problem. See, Roberto, you came at the wrong time. Came at the wrong time, buddy. We got a lot of mods here. So just as I'm basically banning you, I'm pretty sure my mods in the background are going to be directly on you as well too. So this is going to be probably a fun live stream for you, buddy. Probably going to be a fun live stream for you. But what was that before dude came directly in there? Let me see. Jamaica. Anyways, a lot of problems, a lot of issues happening. Oh, that's what it was. The Jamaican woman was coming out, and that was the first time I actually seen a Jamaican woman actually speak directly on the tourism, that type of tourism that specifically happens over there, and that specifically has to deal with their men. Because the other videos that I was able to hear about specifically came from a Black American woman who was talking about this tourism and how it's sort of kind of a secret, but it's more of an open secret. Because if you think about it, if you're old enough, you might have seen a video called how Estella got her groove back. I might have missaid the title wrong, but that was pretty much that right there, right? You had this Black American woman. I think she was like a writer, whatnot, or whatever. She was successful, but she was in like a slump relationship wise or whatnot or whatever. And she wanted to feel youthful. She wanted to feel wanted and beautiful again. So she went down to Jamaica and she found this young Jamaican guy who gave her just that. I almost want to say technically that might be the jump off point at where that started getting popular, right? Because I think that might have been based off of a book or something. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong directly on that. But yeah, like I said, it's some crazy work directly out there. Crazy work, crazy work, 100%. Let me see. Sham, yo, what is up, Sham? What is up? I see you took a break from Grounded. I see you out here. What is up? What is up? He said, "Yeah, male prostitution is very high in the islands, especially if in the very poor areas." Yeah, yep, Yep. 100%. Yo, Punk, what is up? What is up? You said you don't waste your breath on them. Let them pull up to the podcast if they want a actual debate or a fight. See, the problem with that is I know how to manage myself directly on live streams. A lot of other people don't, right? And then on top of that, if you happen to bring random people up that you don't know anything about, they can just decide to do anything. And that's a bit problematic, dealing with the fact that it's a platform. Now, if this was a different area, that's totally different. It's just, whatever it is, and you can just, handle that as it go. But, you got to be pretty stringent when it deals with these types of things because you don't want anything going wrong at all. And stuff can go wrong. I've seen it on other people's live streams over the years. Stuff can go wrong real quick. It can just hurry up and turn left. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Though. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Sham said, you right. I would know half Caribbean. I got there to visit my family. Wait, so Sham, you seen some stuff. You heard some whispers through the grapevine. That's what you're saying. Um, let me see. Star Child said, and dude turned out to be in real life. Stella was angry. Oh, that's great. Oh, you talking about the whole thing with I think what was the whole thing that he was doing is called like kinky boots or something like that. It was some type. I know what you're talking about. It was some type of play or whatnot that he was doing. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Uh, let me see what else we got. You said Kevin. Okay, now y'all just all right. So now let me go to the next. So to the black women directly out there, to some of the ones that are talking about the boycott, right? And the whole main thing of black American women getting their hair braided by other black American women and all of that great stuff. This video is pretty much for you, so pay attention. And I agree with exactly what this woman is saying.
Lee, and I have created a Black American braid group on Facebook by the name. It's gonna say Black American Braiders. You can add, and I accept you. It's for Black American braiders only and the clients. For people who are looking for like braiders in Virginia, Florida, Atlanta. So hopefully this group will help us connect with braiders in our area. Just bringing back celebrating our culture, bringing back our culture. Before we had African braiders, we had shops. People were getting perms. People were getting their hair rolled. They were getting braids. We are too a part of the braiding culture. So if you would like to be in that group, in that space, if you are a Black American braider and you would like to connect with clients that are looking for Black American braiders, I have a group on Facebook. So y'all make sure y'all check it out. I'm super excited about this. Oh, and we're gonna work together. I don't want to hear all that arguing and bickering and who's the best and who's this and the third. We in there to work together. It got to start with somebody. So be the change that you want to be. Love y'all. Hope to see y'all in the group. And you can post. You just cannot solicit like selling candy grapes or doing other stuff. We only doing braids only by Black American braiders. All right. Hope to see you there.
Like I said, this is dope. This is a very awesome idea because, again, as I stated before, during the timeline of me either getting twists or braids, there was always a Black American woman that was able to do the style, able to do the hair. And even thinking back to high school, again, Black American girls were braiding my hair. So, that for me, that's what I'm used to. That's what I'm used to seeing. And, you know, and the craziest part is looking back at it, I think I used to smile a lot more thinking about it because it's weird. Like I took pride because it was one of my own doing it, right? Somebody in a sense, like no, like like I said, it's you can have like a connection with the person, and I ain't talking about like you just trying to talk to them, but I'm saying like it's y'all, there. like in that moment, like two people, who knows, everything that's going on. And it's like, this is just a calm point. This is just a breathing point where everybody can just like literally guard down. We can relax. We can sit up there and laugh and, and stuff like that. So, like I said, it was dope. And I feel as though because of everything that has transpired and a lot of things that are going on, that is in a sense a lost art, I guess you could say. Because at one point in time, I could throw a dime and I could promise you it would hit a girl directly in the school that knew how to braid automatically. Now I don't know what to sort of I don't know what to tell you. I don't I don't know what to sit up there and and really tell you. It's I don't think it's really in abundance as it was before, because a lot of girls and women during that time, they were really hustling doing that. Like when I was getting my hair braided, I got half of my hair braided. Like I had half fro, half braids. So I got a portion of it braided during lunch, right? So I'm sitting up there eating my lunch while getting, my hair braided and all this other type of stuff. And then she was like, all right, meet me back here after, the bell 3 o'clock or whatnot, and then I'll do, the other half. And she finished up, the other half and whatnot. So I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's a art. I feel like it's an art, that's missing. Sham was like, LOL, I remember being in middle school. Wait, I gotta scroll back up. You said, LOL, I remember being in middle school and getting my hair braided by friends in class. A lot of them grew up to be hairstylists. Yeah, I was hoping the same thing for a lot of the girls that I knew. I was like, yo, you are, pretty dope. Like I said, if I had money during that time, I would have tried to help or push them or invested in them to get started. Like I would have been at the point like, yo, we're about to get you like a chair somewhere. So, you got a professional chair, you got a mirror, might not be a full setup or what. Hey, but you got something. Um, because like I said, those girls, like back then, the way that they braided, man, yo, the designs. Oh man. Yo, let me tell you, girls who braided back in like the 2000s, the designs that they had, dear Lord, beautiful work, masterful. And I'm talking about, you got these girls, they were doing that for like 15, 10, 15, maybe $25 versus what people are pricing at now. Like I said, it's not the same. People are paying for, more, expensive work, but the style is not nothing in comparison to how, women and girls were braiding back in the 2000s. Can't even hold a candle. Dead serious. And they were doing that for less. Like I said, every single time they braided somebody's hair, it was like they life depended on it. It was like they were braiding to keep the lights on. Like they were braiding out of hunger. Like I said, that's a whole different type of beast there. Like I said, once you got a lot of these women out here, they $200 for braids. But you about to be getting the most basic stuff, and you about to be paying an arm and a leg for it. It's crazy work. It's crazy work, man. Diabolical. Yo, Miss E, what is up? What is up? You said, can I touch your hair? No. Oh man, that is crazy. That is crazy. Psycho. Oh yeah, you did say I saw your comment earlier. You were like, I got more patience than you. That's come over time. That type of patience has come directly over time. Because some of my moderators can't tell. I'm not sure if Gail is here at this moment in time. I think Sham might have been there for some of the stuff earlier on, but in a lot of instances, this is growth, because I would just automatically fly off the handle. Like this would be a whole different live stream right now, and I just would not even. I just wouldn't even care. It'd be a whole rant for like a nice good hour. But that was of a whole different time frame. We're in 2025 now. So, with a lot of years that have gone by comes a lot of patience, a lot of building. And every so often you might just so happen to see impatience, or see patience run out. Every now and again, every now and again. Ishmael said you was walking around looking like Method Man. Yeah, yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Miss Eve said I can't braid. I have long hair and it's too much. Man, you got 22 inches of hair. I mean, you could just do like a nice large braid, I guess, and style it that way. Or you could braid your hair like four to six different like braids, and then braid that into like a larger braid. Like I said, I've seen braids for so long and over the years that I can see certain things. Sham said I still get braids. I have them in now with beads. I hate when white people walk up to me and put their hands in my braids. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that is diabolical. Miss Eve said everybody wanted to comb my hair. It was only past my shoulders in school. Estella W, what is up? What is up? You said we started going to the braid salon in order to be welcoming and inclusive, but instead we were actually subjecting ourselves to envious people. And somebody actually did bring up a good point too. It was in another video. I forgot to put it up here. But somebody stated that the exact same things that you would see the Koreans or the Asians do in the nail shops when it deals with black women, how they would automatically English one moment, but then when they're doing their conversations and talking, ha ha ha, kiki kin, they're talking in their own language. And 9 times out of 10, they're probably talking about you. That's more than likely what you would hear the Africans doing in their own shops. Just the whole reverse, right? But like I said, for a lot of black people, you wouldn't in a sense think of that, because it's like, yo, these people, they're here, they look, just like me, rah rah rah, all the other type of good stuff. So you wouldn't necessarily think that somebody else, would actually do that to you. But here we are. It's crazy. Yo, Psycho said my mother used to braid and now she can't. Ah, I mean, that's what what happens over time. Just like with a lot of cooks, you got a lot of good cooks directly in the family, and now it got to that point in time where they can't do it. The hands might not be the same. Arthritis and different things of that nature. Make it real tough, make it very painful. So somebody else gotta carry on the torch. You know. Yo, super, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Um, Let me see. AG said, have you seen how the Caucanite farmer took the life of a African woman and then to the pigs? That's crazy. I think I heard about it. Um, I'm not sure if I might have a bookmark somewhere. I know the story that you're talking about. I think I heard about it. Was it about last week? I think. I want to say it might have been last week. I think I heard about it at some point. I'm not sure how old the story is, but yeah, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Panther said my ex-girlfriend in Philly, she's been braiding since she was a kid. She got her own salon now. That's dope. That is dope. Tamara says, sorry, but the ladies in the projects braid the best and not 3 or 4 people. Yeah, they do. Like I said, like yo, when you have girls in the hood that sit up there and braid, they know how to braid. Like it ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. It's a shut up or put up type of thing. And it used to be at a point in time. I remember, like in the timeline that I grew up, there used to actually be braiding competitions amongst the girls, because that's the type of pride that they actually had when it dealt with braiding. You don't got that no more. You don't got competitions to prove who is the best braider and all. It ain't none of that. People just got prices now, or who they consider going to because of whatever price that they're basically giving for whatever type of service. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It's diabolical in nature. 100%. D Money said it was $20 for me. Yeah. Yep. 100%. Somebody said Africa don't lose sleep because Black Americans are all lined up braiding hairs. I don't even know what you're even trying to. I mean, that's cool, no problem. But I know y'all losing sleep because Europe still got a hold on you. I know that much. I know that much. You still got the white folks over there that still got a hold over all of your monies, all of your resources, how everything basically moves. They can tell your presidents when to dance and move. They're, like I said before, shout out to the few African nations out there that are actually standing up and pushing against Europe. Shout out to them because they're one of the only few. While everybody else in Africa is just, doing a stop and stare. Not trying to help, not trying to do nothing. They're just like, oh, France, what do you need? United Kingdom, what do you need? Like crazy work. Diabolical. Sham said, LOL, long hair. What was it? LOL, I got long hair. It cost me about 230 for braids, but I can wash them and they last about 3 weeks to a month. If I was getting my hair done each week, it would be about 200 anyway a month. Woo! That's crazy. Yo, Beverly, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up, Star Child? What is going on? April said your styles cannot come out right if you got two or three braiders in your head. Yeah, that's true. If you got two or three braiders directly on you, every stylist does different types of braids, like the types of thickness, the way that they happen to do their rows, the way that they happen to space the hair and everything like that. So yes, it's going to look very odd versus if you had it's just like if you had three artists on one painting. It's not going to come out how you think it's going to come out because every artist has a different perspective. Every artist hand is different. Their shading is different. Their circles are different. Like it's like I said, you are correct to April Jules. You are correct directly on that. 100%. I do not disagree at all. Uh Miss Felder, what is up? You said before there were braiding shops, we used to braid our siblings, relatives, neighborhood hair. That is our culture. Then they changed the law saying you need a license to braid hair. Yeah, the reason why they wanted to put a license directly on there, because again, when it deals with braids, you're not using chemicals. They want people to do a license so that they can get money. They don't want you, so for the black women directly out there, they don't want you to be able to just make money by yourselves. The government soup, for whatever reason, they want, again, they want to get money from every single thing that you just so happen to do. And then they're going to tax you on top of that. So, like I said, this is just the government's way on trying to make money in an area of which they care nothing about. The government cares nothing about the hair of black Americans in America. They care not anything about that, but yet they care enough to see that, oh, this black woman set up there made 20 grand directly off of braiding hair. Did you pay taxes on that? Oh, you didn't? No problem. We can't get you on that technically, but we're going to make laws to make sure that this can't happen again. And that's what they did. That's what they did. Because, like I said before, there's no reason that a black woman needs money. I mean, I'm sorry, not need money. There's no reason that a black woman needs a license in order to braid hair. Like, whose school is she going? Whose school is she actually going to in order to learn how to braid hair? She doesn't need to learn. She's been doing this pretty much since birth. It's in the DNA. It's just like you said before to Miss Felder. It's directly within the community. It's within the culture. No school can teach you that. Now, I'll put it to you like this: the only way that a school can teach that is if the school is directly within that same community. That's the only way, realistically. It ain't a white woman out here that can sit up there and run a braiding school that's going to sit up there and teach black women how to braid. That don't even make sense. That don't even make sense because culturally speaking, they don't even wear braids like that. And that was even proven by way of a woman. I put her video up there. That was about last year sometime. I think, what was she, like Scandinavian or whatnot or whatever? But she had the lineage of a Viking, and she was trying to tell white people that the braids that they're wearing or talking about are not Viking braids. Like it's everything that they were saying was completely stupid. And that was from somebody, technically, from all intents and purposes, that was from the source that was speaking. Somebody who has actual Viking lineage, who could actually show you, date the stuff back and all of that. Right. So, again, this is why we just need community stuff. And this is why I said before, everything doesn't need to get broadcast as well too. For a lot of the black women out there, stop telling people, stop going on TikTok and all this other type of stuff, telling people how much you're making. Stop doing that, because the only thing that that's going to do is put a marker directly on you, and now you're going to have other people basically jealous, and then they're going to be against you, and then you're going to have the government directly on you, but like, oh, you doing what? We didn't think to actually tax this. We didn't know that y'all were doing this in black community. We're going to tax this too. Let's come up with a law. Let's come up with a way to put a license directly on this too, because this is crazy. They're pulling out all the stop going online and telling everything. Stop going online and telling everything. That's the best way I can sit up and put it. Stop doing it. Just stop doing it. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. But now let's go to the next video.
Lord, I've been waiting on this. Boy, I've been waiting on this law right here. Georgia just passed a law called the Parent Accountability Act. Oh yeah. Y'all want to act like y'all them kids take their butt to school and act the same way they act in your household, the same way you don't be getting on to them. It don't matter now. Let them take their butt to school and touch them teachers or touch them officials that work at that school. The parent is accountable for it now. Yep, the parent got to pay for it now. Yeah, you either gonna pay a fine, go to jail, or you gonna do community service. Yes, it just in. Georgia just passed that law called the Parent Accountability Act. You know how a lot of y'all do not like to take accountability. You know you don't. And you'll trigger it down to your kids. Your kids be bucking at you, going outside. They be all over in the trains in Atlanta, and they just be everywhere. Let them take their energy to school now. Let them take their energy to school now. Don't say nothing to them. Yeah, don't say nothing to them and let them go to school and act a damn donkey in that school and act a fool in that school and watch they call you. Watch you gonna have a bench warrant out for you. Or they gonna tell you need to show up at court, or you better show up at that school, cause we got something to discuss, ma'am, sir. Your kid, you think your kid could do whatever they want now? We finna find out now. Cause Georgia just passed the law. It's called the Parent Accountability Act. Now you're gonna have to be parents. Yeah, now you're gonna have to be parents. All y'all gonna have to be parents now. Where you at? Where you at, mom? Where you at, dad? You're gonna have to be a parent now. I bet you y'all start co-parenting now. All y'all baby mama, baby daddies and stuff, and family households with them dysfunctional households. You're gonna have to be parents now. When they come to that school, and they gotta go to school. Unless you register them to be homeschooled, they gotta go to school, or you're gonna have to pay for that too. So let's get it. Thank you, Georgia, for passing that law.
I just want to say, I want to commend Georgia for passing that law. I want this across the whole of the United States. Because when I mean to sit up there and tell y'all that I've been tired and sick of the videos throughout the years that I've been doing this on YouTube and even before, of seeing teenagers rolling up to teachers, principals, to the security guards, to not the teachers' aid, but the substitute teachers, and just hauling off, just swinging on people. And I'm like, some of these people are elderly. I'm like, dog, what are you doing? I'm like, everybody's just filming, nobody's stopping this. I'm like, the way that I'm just going to be real, and people I know are going to disagree. I know people are going to disagree with me. It is what it is. But this is the way that I sit up there and feel about it. At the moment in time that a fight breaks out and the student decides that they want to get up and they want to haul off and swing on a teacher, whatever kids are there egging it on, whatever kids that are there filming and they're sitting up there laughing and pointing, throw all of them in jail. give them the exact same penalties and sentencing that the student that assaulted the teacher did. Not only just that, hand that exact same thing down to the parents. Because the one thing that my mom sat up there and told me is that, yo, I raised you right. And the moment in time that you walk out of this house, understand that you represent me and this family. If for one moment you think that you're going to step outside of this house and act a fool, we both going to be acting a fool. And I understood that. My mom didn't sit up there and have to tell me multiple times. She only had to tell me that once. And never at a point in time did my mom ever have to come down to the school because I was in a fight, because I was in the teacher's face, because I was cussing out teachers or, skipping school or whatnot. She never had to deal with that at all. She never had to worry about me ripping and running directly through the streets. The moment in time that them street lights came directly on, I was already on my way back to the house. I wasn't out there trying to, stay out past and do this and wasn't trying to do none of that. Because like I said, the parent is going to raise the child how it is that they want the child to be. A lot of parents today don't raise nothing. They don't raise nothing. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. And the proof is in the pudding by how it is that every single time that a fight breaks out, I'm looking at 20 kids pull out their cell phones. This is the dumbest generation I've ever seen in my life. There's no other way for me to sit up there and put it. There's no other way for me to sit up there and put it. Because I've seen it too many times. It's all over social media. And then to make it worse is that you got the newer generation who are on social media trying to become famous and all this other type of stuff, egging it on, emulating it, broadcasting the exact same behavior. They'll be out there in public, see a fight. They automatically got cameras out. They're already recording because they're doing IRL content, which is in real life content. And then those same streamers will pull out their cell phones just to record. I'm like, we're living in a computer generated society. Like, people have to be NPCs. I'm like, this is insane. This is so insane. It's like we're going to be at a time, because of how everything is going in this generation, we're going to be at a point in time in life where people will see car crashes, and instead of going out there calling 911 and trying to pull people out of the car, everybody's going to pull out their phone and start recording just so they can throw it up on a brand new version of YouTube or TikTok or whatever the brand new Snapchat or Facebook is, just to get likes. This is the society that we're going to sit up there and be in. And it's all stemming from the fact that a lot of the parents of now are not raising and don't want to raise their kids. So now guess what? The government has to step in. The government has to step in. And I told people this for years, that the moment in time that you start begging and pleading and asking for the government to step in on things that you should be able to do for yourselves, it's already over. You might as well just lie down. You might as well just lie down. It's over. It is already over. Matter of fact, I have a video that I was supposed to put up last night, and that has to do with the matter of fact. Let me just play that. Right. Let me just put that up. Let me see how many we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 10 videos up there. So yeah, let me just take down this one video. Let me just play that, because this is going to follow directly in with that, because this is insanity at this moment in time. Like, I'm sitting by and I'm watching grown adults allow the government to pretty much just take over directly for them and tell them what it is that they need to do. So let's just take a look at this.
Our department has encouraged states to think differently and creatively about how to solve the many health issues facing Americans. One way is by not allowing taxpayer-funded benefits to be used to purchase unhealthy items like soda, candy, and other junk food. The number one purchase by SNAP recipients is sugary drinks. SNAP is a supplemental nutrition program meant to provide health food benefits to low-income families to supplement their grocery budget so they can afford the nutritious food essential to health and well-being. That is the stated purpose of the SNAP program. The law states it, and President Trump's USDA plans to deliver on it alongside our partners at HHS. So today, I'm proud to sign 6 more waivers for Florida, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, and Colorado. This is in addition to the waivers we've already signed for Iowa, Indiana, and others across the country. I continue to encourage states to be laboratories of innovation, think through how you can promote healthy families and healthy communities. And because of our historic partnership, USDA and HHS, and the visionary leadership of the governors here with us today and of the states represented by the signings, we are doing something about it. These SNAP waivers are just one piece of the MAHA effort. We work so closely together to encourage voluntary commitments to remove artificial food dyes, among other things, from our food supply. And together we are crafting sensical dietary guidelines for Americans that prioritize whole, healthy, and nutritious foods.
So before I get into that, Annie N, technically I know what you're talking about, but from the things that I've basically learned over the years of social media, a lot of Caucasian males, in a sense, are very much into that because of the power trip that they're on. A lot of these dudes are in higher positions. Let's say they might be a police chief, they might be a surgeon, a doctor, a judge, somebody who has a lot of money, a lot of power, somebody that people cannot say, no to. They get everything that they want. And usually a lot of those guys that you're talking about, they want to be put in a place of position where they are made to do what it is that somebody else tells them to do. Right? It's a whole, power type of, like I said, it's in a lot of those, in the main 2 communities of which, you've listed. Oh, it's, no, not saying that you don't got, black guys out there, but going from a lot of these websites, again, I'm of the internet age. So I learned about all of this stuff by way of white people. So that's the best way I can sit up there and tell you. Like I said, I didn't know any other group that was directly into any of that stuff, except for seeing white people do this stuff directly on the internet. Shout out to LimeWire, FrostWire, BearShare, and all of those, sources. If you're from that timeline, you know exactly what it is. But yeah, where is it? But why would anyone do something that? No, but see, no. See, you're thinking about it. See, the way you're thinking about, you're entangling it. Um, see, what you're talking about is what people want for the best way I consider it, because I'm not trying to say it for sensual reasons, right? That's what they're doing that for. They're doing that to get off. When it deals with parents, they're doing that for discipline. It's like, yo, you sat up there and did something I told you not to do. You decided instead of coming home at 9 o'clock, you wanted to be outside at 12 or 1 o'clock. So because you did that, you're going to get discipline. That's normally how that goes. It has nothing to do with any of those other areas or, all of that other, type of stuff. Well, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. You might want to talk to somebody about that. That's a whole nother avenue. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a I'm not a therapist. But again, how your brain basically thinks about it and looks at it is vastly different from everybody else. Because anytime that I was disciplined, I didn't have that mind frame. It was like, all right, I'm not doing this again because I'm not trying to go through this. I'm not trying to go through any of this. I learned my lesson. I'm not doing this again. So here we go. Right. Like I said, vastly different. So now back on to the main thing dealing with the government and everything of that sort. So you have the same thing here, right? And as I titled it, and this is going to be the video that's going to come up a little bit later, the government is only doing what you can't do for yourself, which is true. When it deals with diabetes, high cholesterol, and all these other types of things, the main thing that I see people online complaining about is like, yo, there's sugar in every single thing. Like everything is so fattening, everything is this, everything is that. But I'm like, all right, well, you see the symptoms, you know what the problem is, so be the cure. Which means that if you can point out that Coke is bad for you, like 2 liters is pretty much bad for you, fast food is bad for you, going out to eat is bad for you, that the only alternative is to basically cook directly at home, right? The furthest extent is to basically grow your own food and then cook at home, which is what Sham does. Sham got, own garden, everything of that nature, and pulls everything from the garden and cooks, and might maybe have to go to the grocery store to, pick up some few things that, might not be there and whatnot or whatever. But a lot of people don't want to, a lot of people don't want to cook. And like I said, I can sit up there and be honest. There's a lot of days I don't want to be cooked. I can admit that I'm lazy. Y'all already know me. I sit up there and order out from time to time. That's what I do. I know that the food is not good, but hey, I'm hungry. I'm going to sit up there and do it. But at the end of the day, for a lot of other people, again, I'm a single person doing this, right? So the only person that is going to hurt at the end of the day is me, and that's my realization. I know exactly what it is that I'm doing. When it is that people have kids, though, you can't afford to do that. There's a lot of parents out here that opt to sit up there and give their kids McDonald's, give them Burger King, give them Wendy's, give them Little Caesars. And I'm like, dog, you are clogging, like their bodies are so great that a lot of that stuff, 99 point, whatever percent of that is going to pass through. It's not going to really stick, but it's going to come to a certain point in time where it's going to start to build up. Their arteries are going to be looking jacked. Their hearts are going to be looking jacked. They're going to have fatty livers at a very young age, and they shouldn't, right? Like I said, it should be no point in time where I can listen to young kids out here breathing as if they're 250 pounds at the age of 7. Like that don't make no sense. That makes no sense. Like we're at the point in time where the obese is so crazy that you have kids out here that are in single digits that weigh more than me as a grown man. That just should not be. And I'm not just trying to hear the excuse of people, oh, that's just a big kid, that's just a big baby. No, no, no. Somebody ain't cooking at home. Somebody ain't cooking. That is somebody needs to call CPS to the fullest extent, because that is crazy to me. That is diabolical in nature. Diabolical. But like I said before, the moment in time that y'all start doing stuff like this, and I tried to tell y'all before y'all started doing this, I told y'all this years ago when I first started doing this stuff on YouTube. Do not go to the point of allowing or giving the ability over to the government to basically enlist and do and dictate certain things, because the moment in time that happens, it's over. It's over. Like I said, bring on the 15-minute cities. I told y'all about that previously as well too. I gave that to y'all like years ago. The same thing with the smart markets, because that's linked in directly with uh the whole thing with the hyper cities and smart cities and all this. Like I said, man, people just was not listening, and it's going to just get to that time where it's going to be too late, and it's not going to be no worth in even talking about it, because it's like it's already here, so what's the use of even talking about it? The warning bells already rang. People didn't want to pay attention, so when in Rome do as the Romans do. Like I said, so a lot of people just need to be at this point in time, because we're already moving through this whole road. People need to be prepared at this moment to, like, get their cards, together, and get ready to be in that smart city. I gave y'all a video about that last year, dealing with Maui. Also dealing with California, because California, I think, is what's supposed to be doing the 2028 Olympics, and they're already about to do LA 2.0 or whatnot or whatever. And that's basically, right after the fires. Crazy work, crazy timing. And I read off that whole thing, directly to people. So like I said, when the moment in time that a lot of the states around the United States start talking about these 2.0 or these smart cities and the city coming to you, you might as well not even get scared. Don't even get worried. Just whatever bracelet they tell you to just sit up there and get to make your life easy, you might as well just sit up there and get it. Just do it. Might as well just do it. That's where I'm at. That's that's where I'm at. Ty, yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? Nothing much. Went over a few videos dealing with African woman who does content online and wanted to talk crazy about Black Americans. Like I said, at a moment in time, the moment that other stuff is like, I'll just wait. I'll just hold off before I say anything, though. Oh boy, because it is going, man, boy. Let me tell you. But anyways, yeah, we got that one woman who stated that she was African, that was brought here by her parents to America, and she wanted to talk real slick, real greasy like. And like I told everybody else here, found out that she does content online for money to pretty much pay the bills, but yet she want to talk real crazy when it deals with Black Americans. Diabolical work. And her content, like I told everybody else, her content ain't even that great. I'm not sure who's paying for it. I'm not sure who's even like really viewing it like that. I looked at stills because you can type in a name and look it up on Google Images, and that's what I did. I'm like, this is your best work. It's time. She just needs to get an office job. It's time to wrap it up. Call it a day. Become a painter. Do something else because they ain't it. They ain't it. It's not just. It's not it. It's not it. But then we had some other videos. We had a Black American woman talking about starting up a braiding type of group or a coalition where Black American women can get into groups and connect with one another and formulate business that way, on top of other women out there, Black American, that want to have their hair braided by Black American women, along with a few other videos in between that as well. So yeah, it's crazy work out here. Ty said we also need to get back to Mecha Break. Man, the funny thing is I haven't played Mecha Break in a minute, and Hell Divers is about to come out. I forgot I got to pre-order that. Then on the 7th, I'm going to be sitting up there playing the Battlefield 6 beta because I've been waiting for a brand new shooter to come directly out. And then on top of that, on the 7th as well, First Descendant is coming out with their big update. Then on top of that, I might actually have to re-download Fortnite. And this is going to sound crazy, just to buy some skins because they got the Power Rangers on there. I'm a Power Ranger fan. Sue me. So I gotta get those skins. I just have to, even though I don't really play the game. It's just I gotta do it. I gotta do it. It's a shame. It's a shame. Panther said sounds good. Shannon said, yo, what is up? Said that's needed. Sham said, Ty, you and Seji should play Grounded. I've been playing Grounded. I took out I'll tell you about it after I get done with like the rest of the videos, because I don't want to, technically mess up the mode at this moment. Jogo said on Battlefield 2024, I haven't played that, for a minute. Somebody said, where are you from? I'm from America. That's the best way I can put it. I'm from America. It's 144 sitting up there rolling at me. Sham said grounded 1 or 2 doesn't matter. I got both, but 2 is kind of buggy right now, so I'm mad at it. Yeah, it is buggy. Psycho said I would suggest Cyberpunk, but the fact that you attended to or that you attend to tech school, I think you already know about it. Ty said I have 1, but haven't gotten to yet. So now let's continue to the next videos. My apologies for the segue. Now, yo, what is up, Zaire? What is up? What is up? Yo, Seji was good. They're talking about rolling out the online ID somewhere in August. I think it's the 13th. Don't quote me on that, but I hope this is just for people under 18 and not for adults. I mean, I know what you're talking about. So what Zaire is talking about is at the moment in time, there's a lot of things that's been going on online, especially by way of Australia. Number one, you had the whole thing with Steam and with, I think it was like itch.io, where they were taking off not safe for work games off of the platforms and all that other type of stuff, which is crazy because if you're on Steam, you have to enable you have to enable a button or whatnot in order, or a slider in order to see that content. I had to sit up there and do it. It'd be like that. In order just to see it and find all of that other type of stuff. And I told people before that, hey, if you allow your kids to have a cell phone or computer, you need to be monitoring said kids when it deals with the internet, because if you have kids and you allow them a cell phone, you're it's the equivalent of giving your kids access to the nuclear codes to the United States. That's pretty much what you're doing. It's the most dangerous thing to realistically give a child, because any and everything is directly out here, and it's one button click from going super deep somewhere that they don't need to go, or over here to Teletubbies. It's literally it's crazy how that works. So there's going to be potentially a ID thing that will take place because parents don't know how to parent. So the governments or whoever has to step in, big tech or whoever has to step in, and they're going to implement a variety of things directly out here in order for the interwebs to be safe for the kids, because parents seemingly can't do it. Color me surprised. But yep, Zaire, I know exactly what you're talking about, brother. I know exactly what you're talking about. Shannon said, I enjoy your content and appreciate you being on these tethers next. No problem. That is what I am here for. Every day, all day. Both in live stream and short form content where you can see on this channel. And we currently have some loaded up as well, too. Sham said, wait on to his bug. Oh, you talking about that one. Zaya said, much love and appreciation to you. You got me through some hard times, and I really appreciate it. Hey, man, like I said, that is what I am here for. Like I said, the moment of time that I can have a positive effect on one person, hey, I did something. It's just, that's the highlight. That is the highlight. And like I said, the exact same, directly back to you, because like I said, I still remember. I probably got that live stream recorded somewhere, but like I said, that was the words that you said that day that hit deep. That hit deep. I never sat up there and forgot that moment. That was a tough time. Let me tell you. Tried to sit up there and hold back tears. Couldn't even do it. Couldn't even do it. Like I said, it was like I said, that was a dope moment. Dope moment. Um, let me see. Now up here talking about cats. That's crazy. So you said how much money? Well, you said how wait. I'm confused. You said how much money earning from you? Okay, so you must be from another country. You said it. So you mean how much money are you earning from YouTube? That's a little bit of a weird question there. It's a little bit of a weird question. I will tell you this: if you become a content creator, I'm not sure what country you're in, so I'm not sure how what your money would basically match up to the dollar is. If you were to become a content creator, you get 4,000 watch hours, you get 1,000 subscribers. You also have a whole different. I think it's like if you do shorts, it's about like 2 to 5 million views directly off of that, and some other type of stuff directly off of that. But if you are to do that, like pay attention as a YouTuber, hear me out. If you are to do that and you stay consistent, you do content that is evergreen. Evergreen basically means that it's not troublesome, it's not worrisome, it's not talking about sex, religion, it's not talking about anything government, political, or anything like that. You might be doing gardening, you might be doing painting, might be doing gaming or whatnot or whatever, or you could be dealing with finances, right? Some of the main types of content which makes the most money here, which advertisers pay the most for, would be, I think, what, law, gardening, and I think there was like a third one I'm missing. I think it has to do with like housing, like buying, selling housing, and stuff of that nature. They could make, I think about, whew, I think about what 15? No, no, it's not even 15. I think about 20 to like $30 per click or something like that. Something crazy. Um, so if you were to do a variety of content, you would make a lot of money. You would make a lot of money as a content creator. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it to you. Best way I can put it to you. Let me see. Santino said, first time catching you. I'm liking what I'm hearing so far. Uh I'm a like subscribing. Hey, much appreciation. If you end up hitting that subscribe button, much love, respect, and appreciation. April Jewels said, why do people ask such questions? Um, I guess out of curiosity, I guess looking from how the person was framing the sentence, I guess they were from a different country. So, I don't know. Like I said, I've done videos before where I've tried to educate people on becoming a content creator and telling people to, put time directly into it. Don't just try to do it as a one-off, type of deal. Make sure to stay consistent. Um don't get influenced by lack of views or lack of subscribers. Like I said before, I've covered a lot of different, unbeknownst to a lot of people who just come directly to this platform, I've covered a lot of different topics directly out here. A lot of different topics, even people who troll me, even people who hate my content. I try to uplift them and tell them, hey, you hate me so much, go out there and create content. You hate me so much and you got so much to say, use the content. Like I said, I keep telling people, I'm not the type of content creator to go out there and copyright strike anybody for using content or whatnot, whatever. I don't even care. Like I said, if it works for you and you're able to sit up there and make money, it is what it is. I just know that I had a hand directly in it. I just know I am the starting point for you. Like I said, that's all I care about. um so yeah, that like I said, I just try to put stuff directly out there. you know um Ty said, got to go back to work. Text if needed. Gotcha. April Jules said, it's it's personal though. No. You're right. I get you. It is. It is. I've gotten those questions before, and I've always found them to be a bit weird, a little bit intrusive. Because at the end of the day, I'm not asking anybody, what their job is or how much, they're making. That's personal. It's like, why should I care, how much, you're making or anything like that. But, I don't know. You said you're from India. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. Um, so I put it to you like this. All right, you're from India. The best thing that let me just highlight you real quick, right? Uh, the best thing for you to do that you could do. I'm not sure if you might have, let's say, like a bike or whatever mode of transportation that you actually have. Just have a like a GoPro and live stream around your city. Just drive around. Like people will literally sit and watch those videos. I know because I'm one of those people. I've watched videos of people of either cab drivers, just ordinary people driving, or Uber drivers. The video might have like some type of ambiance to it or some music, and it's just somebody driving through their city, maybe for an hour or two at night. Like they're taking the freeways, they're going through, like the streets. It's just like I said, it's a relaxing, type of thing. It's something that you don't really got to think about. You can just zone out and just, let everything go. Like I said, that's something that you can do. And because you're in India, there's a lot of, in a sense, natural ambiance there. You got a lot of people, moving, a lot of people talking, different vehicles, going by. You might have some restaurants and different things. And that, like I said, that is very easy, free content to sit up there and do that you could leverage to make money. And then not only could you do that, you could also leverage that content on a variety of other platforms and sell that. So if, let's say, another website wants to use your content, you can charge a price for that. If on that same website, let's say if the news wants some content or some fill-ins when it deals with India, they could happen. Oh, it's this website here, and was it and Bog has, some content from India. All right, let's see how much his prices are. All right, we'll sit up there and buy it for that price for, we only need about like 20 seconds or whatnot or whatever. Or maybe you might be able to do some custom videos for people, different things of that nature. Like I said, you can do a variety of things and make money. And you don't just have to do it on YouTube. There's a variety of platforms that you can do this on. You can stream directly on Twitch, and you can go live. You can go in IRL, and you can sit up there and stream. I see people from India all the time on Twitch. You got people in a variety of other places around the world live on Twitch right now, just walking through their city and going to and from and all this other type of stuff. So, like I said, it's free content. It's easy to sit up there and do. You don't gotta worry about, your channel, potentially, going through problems with YouTube or anything else, because nobody's going to have a problem with your content, because nobody should feel any type of way about it. So like I said, it's easy, it's free content, and it's going to be there forever, and people will continuously keep going, back there and all the other type of stuff. So, you know yo, Leonard, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said, Seji, if I ever use your content, I would definitely send you an email. It's just common respect to me. Oh no, I got you. It's you know, much love, much love, much love. Pink said I'm on the way to work too. I'll listen to the rest later. All right, both for Pink and Ty, much love, respect, and appreciation for being here. Have a great day at work, guys. Great day at work. Great day. Um, Mook said, man, let's continue the show. Hey, I just want to let you know, this is usually how live streams just so happen to go. It, segues, side conversations, things of that nature. And, also it's educational. You got a lot of the people out here that think about being a content creator or want to be a content creator, don't know the steps, don't know how to sit up there and do it. So as a content creator, somebody that's up here has been doing it for years, I tend to give out the information directly for free. So there really shouldn't technically be a problem with that. It's free information. Helping out. Let me see. Miss Felder said, you have a great voice. People like listening to a person who has great content and a great voice. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. I can tell you that when it deals with certain topics, though, people don't really like hearing. So you know what it it's different sometimes. It's different. Much love, respect, and appreciation. um Shannon said, this is actually good advice. I have a few YouTube channels, but I'm not consistent. One on homesteading and one on business, and I'm getting into Black American history. Yeah, the main thing is you just got to make sure to just be consistent. That's the hardest part. You got to make sure to be consistent, because you're going to have those days where you don't want to do content. You're going to have those days where it's like, I don't feel like doing this. Or maybe you might see some views on some videos and it's like, man, this ain't really pushing me to do content. The moment in time that you don't want to do it, that's the time that you need to do it. That's the best way I can put it. If you start doing stuff when you don't want to do it, it's going to become routine, and you'll just do it all the time, whenever, and it won't matter what attitude, what mind frame that you're in. You'll be in that routine to just get out the content and to sit up there and do it. Trust me, I've had to do it. It took me, I've been doing this for 6 years, and I've had to focus in, and I had to get myself down on making sure to put out, content, making sure to, get those videos out, and all the other type of stuff. It's tough, but you can do it. Yo, Rhonda Mackey, that's the name I ain't seen in a minute. What is up? What is up? What is up? You said, my girl needs to stay off those drugs. KO. Miss Felder said, me too. Oh, you responded back. Okay. Ella says, feel natural. Cycle said, my stocking manager told me I can't be on the phone because of higher ups. I told him to tell the higher ups to eat us. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, I don't want you to get fired though. I don't want you to get fired though. But much love though. Much love though. I don't want you to get fired. Trust me, I've been there. I know how it is. I know how it is, and especially on some days when you don't want to be at work and you fed up too, and you might have that one coworker that get on your nerves and they there. Yeah, I know how it be. You just want to go home. It's like, yo, just give me a reason to go home. I got you. Miss Felder said, I agree. Ellis said, on target. Shannon said, thanks a lot for that. Got you, got you, got you. Box said, I like American people. Hey, much love, much love. Ellis said DED. And Psycho said, I ran to the bathroom. That's crazy. I got you. But now let's go to now this video. I
We've
want
all
to
sat
say
here.
this should have been like a Jubilee part here that I ended up seeing online. So the guy, I'm just going to preface this by saying that the guy that you see directly in the middle on the chair, I'm guessing that he's like a billionaire, ultra rich dude, and everybody else around him is pretty much poor. So we're going to see the interaction and talk about this nonsense here.
Today, I think we've all sat here and we've heard you talk about your
Yo, what's up,
jet
Lawrence?
and Maui and your 3 homes and the money that sits in your account that you don't care to touch. I think we all have experienced at some point in time that moment that you talked about as a kid, sitting there hoping and praying that somebody would help you. So I guess my question that you didn't really answer, you just told me how much you have. What stops you from helping every person in this room that's struggling right now, that can't pay a bill, had to miss out on work? How do you help them? What do you do? Because you got a private jet, but I had to take off from work today, and I'm struggling. I got bills, man. And I'm not begging for money, but I'm saying, what stops you from being able to go and help us and change our lives? Because
let me give you 100 while we're here.
thank you.
Don't buy marijuana
No, I don't smoke. I
at the
don't
middle
drink.
school.
No, man. Anything that would have been a perfect answer, just because he's really good at talking to you and he's a likable guy, and he's soft in the eyes, so it's easy for him to get you on his side. So I don't know if there's anything he could have said that would have.
So what we just witnessed there. Let me see if I can happen to. I just want to freeze it directly on that part right there. So all of these people basically are well, maybe the other people on a no, I think everybody there is pretty much broke in comparison to the multimillionaire or the billionaire that's sitting directly in the middle, the one that's a part of the 1%. So the dude, in a sense, is dry begging. I just want to preface that and state that, even though he said that he's not asking for money, you are, because you're looking for somebody rich to basically be your Lord and Savior. And as the dude was asking for help, he was like, yo, I took off from work and I'm struggling. Bro, who told you to take off from work? If you know that you're broke, you know that you got to sit up there, your bills are due on the 10th. Who told you to take off for work to be on somebody's show for free? Who told you to do that? Why be that dumb? Why, brother? Why are you sitting up there telling a wealthy man about your broke problems? He does not care. So much so that he was like, this Negro is he's sitting up here talking about he's broke. Let me give you this 100. I don't know if people saw like the Captain America movie where Nick Fury first like showed up to like Captain America, and Cap, because he was like back in like the 1940s, he gave like Nick Fury some money. That's pretty much what just happened here. This man is living in like a time frame where he's like, it's a black man complaining about being broke. Take this 100 and shut up. That's what he did. That's literally what he did. And this dude took the money. And you're going to sit up there and ask this rich dude, like, yo, so, what's stopping you from like, helping out everybody in this room? Nothing. He just doesn't want to. There's no value in him actually helping you out. There is no reason for him to. There is no incentive for him to sit up there and do that. He doesn't have to sit up there and do it. Everybody in that room could literally come together with a business plan and invest in that business and sit up there and have shares and get rich. They could all do that. Like, that's how dumb this whole thing is. That's how stupid this whole frame is at this moment in time. All of these people could literally, all of these broke people could get together. They're broke by themselves, but they're rich together. And that's the one thing that they don't even understand. They're broke because they're separate and they're focused and they're worried about their own problems. But collectively, they come together in this broke emotional type of thing in order to just be a shoulder to lean on for everybody. It's like, yeah, we're all broke. We're all going through this. We're all having to pay bills. It's all tough and desperate for a lot of us out here. So why don't y'all get together and come up with a business plan and an idea, and all of y'all invest into it? Y'all could literally come together and have a food truck, create a business that way. Y'all can come up with a clothing brand, sell some t-shirts or a hat, make money that way. You can come together and invest in and write a children's book, and you can make money that, like, it's incredibly insane to see people in 2025 begging ultra wealthy people for money. Why would you want somebody to save you when you can't save yourself? You want this rich man to do for you what you can't do for yourself. So if he were to sit up there and give any of these people $1 million, do you think that they would stay with that $1 million? Do you think that they would become millions of dollars more richer? I can bet money that they wouldn't. They would lose that money as quick, or if not quicker than what they got it, because they don't have an actual understanding, right? They don't know anything about financial literacy. They don't know anything. And again, I understand when I mention these things, I know what people are going to say, like, oh, the system is rigged and this, that, all of it's fake. I get that. But we're dealing with the system that we have at this moment in time and how it is that some people out here are able to make money. You have areas of which people can sit up there and invest: stocks, bonds, crypto. You got other avenues. Matter of fact, another way that a lot of these people who are all broke single-handedly by themselves, but collectively they're rich, they could get into real estate. They could literally pour money into a building, and depending on, how the type of shape that building is directly in and the amount of work, they can hurry up and flip that. And then once they get that running, again, they can flip that, and then they can buy another property and keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going up until the point where they're pulling in, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars per month or every few months. There's literally ways for them to sit up there and do this. But again, like I said before, a lot of people are lazy. A lot of people don't want to do the necessary work. They want whatever God that they believe in to open up the sky and to just drop money, and magically that's going to erase away their problems. It's not. It's just going to make it worse, because you're not going to have any type of understanding. You're not going to look at. You're not going to, in a sense, have a type of actual value or respect for what it is that you receive, because you didn't have to work for it. Like I said, people value things more and people respect things more when they have to work for it. It's like, if you think about kids, for anybody who has kids or brothers and sisters, when you sit up there and give like a little kid like a toy, what do they sit up there and do? They'll sit up there and play with it. And then it'll come to that moment in time where they want to start, flushing it in the toilet. They want to throw it in the garbage disposal. They want to bang it against the wall. They want to have somebody run over it. They want to have Fido sit up there and chew directly all over it. They might take a lighter directly to it. They might sit up there and take some fireworks. So because that child doesn't necessarily understand the value of it, because they didn't have to work for it, they're just going to be like, okay, well, this was just that toy. Mommy and dad are going to sit there and give me a new one. Versus if you now have that same child, you have them doing dishes, you have them cutting grass, you have them lining up the yard, shoveling the snow, raking the leaves, cleaning up after the. You give them chores, you give them responsibilities, and through those responsibilities and things that they have to do, they then earn money because of their hard work, because of their good service, because of the things that they're doing. Now, with that hard work and because of that service, they earn that money. Now they can go out there and buy what it is that they want. Now they're going to treat that as if it's the first and last thing that they're ever going to sit up there and get. They're going to make sure that it's not a scratch on it. They're going to make sure, if other people happen to play with it or use it, that it's in the exact same condition that it was when they first allowed them to see it and or play directly with it. They're going to make sure to treat it a certain type of way. Like I said, they're going to treat it with value because they respect it, because they understand the amount of hard work and dedication that went into it in order to receive it, versus the other way around. So, just saying. Just saying. Box said, how can I content you Gmail? You can it's the same thing as the name. You can type in set. Well, I probably got to write it directly in there. I got you. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the email directly right there. But like I say, any content that you got, like, yo, man, I'm telling you, this would be a great time to sit up there and just, start up a channel. Just saying, just putting it directly out there. But yeah, this whole thing is completely crazy. The whole thing is completely crazy. How that whole thing just sat up there and lined up. Realistically, if the dude, and again, I don't know the dude from a can of paint. I don't. This is just my point of view directly from everything that took place. As everything that he was stating, if he stood directly on that, he would have rejected that $100. He would have rejected that. And again, from the outside looking at the situation, that also shows how easy it is to basically buy a person, right? Some people may have a complaint about certain types of things and all this other type of stuff, but if somebody basically gives you shut up money, a lot of people are going to sit up there and shut up, and magically that problem that they were talking about, it ain't a problem no more. Like I said, we've seen this play out in real life. We've seen this play out in courtrooms. We've seen this play out in stories, television shows. Like I said, no matter what existence that you can go to in this life, in this plane of existence, you've seen this play out. And like I said, that's a shame. Somebody said that everybody has a price. You just got to know what your number is. I think that was Dave Chappelle that was talking about that. Yeah, and that is too. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the normal kind I tell people to just send videos and stuff directly to. Yeah. Shan was like, "LOL, Sechi." It's a different. This is a business account. Yeah, it is. Box said, "Tell me about best story that ever happened." I couldn't even give you one. Couldn't even give you one at this moment. Andre said, "What are you talking about?" We were actually just talking about this video directly right here. I want to say it should have been from Jubilee or one of these other podcast shows, or something rather. And you got this this guy here. Let me see if I can zoom up on his face. This guy here who is hundreds of millions, if not maybe got some billions directly on him. And you had all of the other people that are around him that are pretty much in comparison broke. And the one guy was standing up basically asking, what is stopping you from helping out everybody here? Because you got this bank account where you don't even check the money. You don't even know how much money is in there. You just know that money's there. You got private jets and you take trips here and there and all over the place and yada, yada, yada. So, yeah, that is pretty much what that main thing that I was talking about for about a good 5 minutes was directly on, and everything of the sort. So yes, Harlem 2099. What is up? What is up? Somebody is a 2099 comic book fan, I think, because as soon as I saw that name, I thought about Spider-Man 2099. You said, good afternoon, young man. Hope you and the family are doing well. FBA all day, every day. Much love, respect, and appreciation, and same to you as well. Sham said, trust me, he benefits on you being poor. That is what is keeping him rich. Yeah, I think somebody said that the dude right here, I think he owns like a law firm or something like that, or something or other. Some way that he got his money or whatnot. Let me see what else we got. I think, did I catch up? Yeah, I did. Okay. So now we're going to go to the next video and we're going to hear this. And this is actually quite a shocker. This is something I just found out about.
Shows more than 300,000 black women have left the workforce in just the last several months. That's according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Joining me now is gender economist Katika Roy to break this all down and why they're leaving. Katika, thank you so much for being with us. You recently wrote an article where you say that this isn't happening by accident. Why do you think it is happening?
This is happening because of cuts to public sector positions. So if you look at the federal labor force, Black women make up just over 12% of the federal labor force. It's about double their representation in the labor force overall. And when you have targeted cuts up to 50% in organizations such as the Department of Education and HHS, you're not just trimming the fat, you're actually cutting the economic backbone for Black women.
Wow. And so what are some of the spillover effects from all of this?
Well, one of the things that we know is that there is a connection between women's labor force participation and GDP. So just Black women's labor force participation has dropped by just over 2% in the last 3 months. And that has sucked over $37 billion out of US GDP. So this is the economic cost of gender policy ignorance.
This is really fascinating because do you think that most people are unaware of the actual impacts of things like this?
Absolutely. So when we often think about women's issues or Black women's issues, we think of it as an over there problem. It's not. It's an everybody problem. When our economy grows, that has more jobs and more income for everyone. So we know, for instance, overall, that for every 1 percentage point that women leave the labor force, there's a $146 billion hit to GDP.
So we heard that, right? Now, the way that she framed it is that Black women were, in a sense, leaving, when realistically that is not how that is going. It was the fact that they are being let go, that they are being fired, directly out of those situations, out of those job positions, right? So this is what the article from Forbes had to state. They said a recently published MSNBC article made headlines for a shocking stat. Nearly 300,000 Black women have exited the American labor force in the last 3 months. The article attributes the mass exodus to reasons like federal job cuts and dismantling of DEI programs, with issues like inflation, student loan debt, automation, and underrepresentation in growing tech sectors, creating a compound economic risk for Black women. This phenomenon not only hurts Black women, but has a ripple effect for the whole of the United States economy, resulting in a loss in the country's gross domestic product, or the GDP. A less discussed issue that must be considered is how what is happening is also the cause of a widening network gap faced by Black women. A 2019 article from LinkedIn's Vice President of Social Impact, Meg Garlinghouse, explored the network gap, the unequal access a person has to opportunities based on who they know. Garlinghouse's article cited research that indicates that 70% of professionals get hired at jobs where they know someone who worked there. A 2020 study by Chika O. Okafor indicated that non-white job candidates get fewer jobs through referrals because their social network is smaller. With the anti-DEI legislation and a wave of corporate DEI rollbacks, many companies have deprioritized DEI, dismantling programs and initiatives like employee resource groups, or ERGs, which provide key opportunities to boost one's personal network. According to Catalyst, ERGs can be thought of as voluntary employee-led groups that foster inclusive work environments aligned with business values, goals, and objectives. Quote, often ERGs focus on a shared identity, race, religion, being a parent, LGBTQIA plus status, and etc. ERGs provide employees with pathways to networks, connections across departments, find mentors, and build relationships, but many organizations are quietly shuttering those ERGs amid growing anti DEI sentiments. Having less opportunities to be in communities with employees at different levels in organizations can exacerbate the network gap that Black women face. Mentorship and sponsorship programs, which are often perceived to be DEI or DEI adjacent, may be halted in the current climate, even though these programs can play an instrumental role in employees' careers and Black women's career advancement. A wealth of research indicates that Black women leading Fortune 500 companies, as well as those in education, medicine, and tech, routinely report feelings of both hypervisibility and invisibility. Organizationally, sorry, Organizational psychologist Dr. Kia M. Thomas has highlighted the pet to treat concept in her research. Sorry, the phenomena in Black women's career trajectories, where they go from being pet, where they're all well liked and celebrated but exploited, to being a threat, where they are seen as posing a risk to the status quo. A 2023 report from Exile indicates that 36% of Black women have exited the job because they felt unsafe. Black women face a slew of inequities in workplaces and must deal with issues of gender racism and angry Black woman stereotype. A 2024 Harvard study also found evidence that when Black women have a higher percentage of white team members, they are more likely to leave their jobs and less likely to be promoted, revealing that systematic inequities that are entrenched in the workplace. So yeah, that's basically the article that goes side and side directly with that video. So yeah, it's not that, in a sense, Black women are just in droves. They're just quitting. Black women are not just like, yeah, I'm about to go, for quite some years directly to school to, get this degree, to get this master's or whatnot or whatever, just to sit up there and automatically quit because of whatever. Nah, you might have some that have an understanding of how the workplace basically is and how it is that no matter how hard they try, they're just not going to get that promotion. But Becky, Sue, and Sarah are going to sit up there and get it, and they don't have the education and they don't have the tenure, um, you know, as you. So again, that's a little bit different from there versus, again, as they stated before in the article, the whole thing with DEI, where they're trying to reverse everything that has taken place in America, where women have gotten to these higher paying positions, and you can see more female faces directly at these companies and whatnot. They're trying to reverse that back, so there's less of that and pretty much more men directly there, and everything of the sort. But more so when it deals with Black women, yeah, they're getting kicked directly up out of there. But the woman on the clip, she made sure to, in a sense, body block. She made sure to try to play the words very nicely to so that the main status quo, who owns these corporations and these companies, don't look so bad. She made sure to do that in the public eye. Crazy work. And this is why I told people before that in a lot of instances they go hand in hand when it deals with this. And a lot of women just like her who wanted to speak on the topic, a lot of women like her will give up their rights so that you, as a Black woman, don't have any or very little. And it's history. Yeah, this is something that has continuously played out and has continuously happened. It wasn't that long ago for the Black woman here. I actually brought you guys a video, and I read off a piece of an older newspaper where down south, Black women who were married and everything of the sort had men in the family or their husbands that would send back money from the war, allowing them to stay at home, take care of the home, and take care of the kids. And white women went to their husbands complaining that, yo, I can't find a maid, I can't find a cleaner to take care of the house, to take care of these kids. Y'all got to do something to get these black women back into this maid service, to back in here to be servants. And they did that, and they made sure that it was against the law for black women to be at home, not working what they would be considered a job, like walking out the house, having a job. And they specifically said that, hey, if we find that you're a black woman and you're not out here sitting up there working, you will be fined, and if not, jailed. So, it's crazy work out here. It is crazy work out here. Yo, Nikki, what is up? What is up? What is up? Nikki Pooh said it's a new report out about the white birth rate in America. It's dropping faster than Mexican music. Yeah, I've talked about for a lot of live streams about the birth rate of Caucanites, the Caucasians directly out here. I've spoken on that a great deal. And the funniest thing is, irregardless of the amount of times that people say, like, oh, like the last question that y'all heard somebody ask a live stream or two ago, Seji, do you hate us? Do you really hate us? Like, how do you really feel about us? I mean, I guess you can, like I told a lot of people, you can look directly at the content. If you view the content and you feel that it's just hate against you, then you got your answer. If you look at the content and you look at it from a different perspective, with you're void of emotion when you're viewing and listening to the content, then you also get your answer there. Because as I stated before, I've put out content in general just to sit up there and tell people, like, hey, a lot of the foods and different things of that nature that we're eating every single day is not good for us. A variety of things are poisoning people, having negative effects directly on the body, on the mind, and all of those other types of things. Again, any content and information anybody can sit up there and take and do whatever that they need to sit up there and do with. But one of the main things I've also talked about is the birth rate, and why the birth rate is so low, and why that's happening. And I've tried to sit up there and tell a lot of those white Americans directly out there, but like, hey, the reason why your birth rate is low is it's not why you think. There's a very specific reason, and these are reasons that you have all voted on that have enabled these things to happen. But I don't feel so bad about it, because historically speaking, I gave a video, I want to say about 3 to 4 live streams ago, where down south there was a town or a city segregated, and you had the water for the whites, the water for the blacks. White people had the clean water, and the white government there, makes sure to give the black towns or city folk there the runoff from the factories. And it wasn't found up until somewhere, I think, in like the 70s, maybe the 80s, through the paperwork, through the memos that they had, that the reason why they did that to the black folks there was to make sure that their population would not grow. It wouldn't go forward. It was everything to deter a growth of population. And I told a lot of white folks before that, yo, the same things that you watched and you allowed to happen to black people, black families, black towns and cities, and y'all sat idly by and y'all allowed it to happen there, the same thing is going to happen to you now. I said that time and time again. And I keep getting trolls. I keep getting white folks popping in saying this, that, the third. And I'm like, you really don't get to see what's really taking place and happening at this moment in time. And I'm like, and that's crazy work, diabolical in nature. And then the funny thing about that, Nikki, is the fact that if you look on a greater scale and you think about the world population, they are the smallest population on this planet. They are actually a minority. Europeans, whites, whatnot, or whatever. They are actually minorities when it deals with the world's population. Literally. You might be major in the areas that you are in, but that's because of the things that you've done historically in order to get your numbers that high and that great. But when it deals with the whole world, you were not that successful. Africa outnumbers you all. India outnumbers you all. China outnumbers you all. More than likely, even South America, right? Like I said, there's a lot of places out here that outnumber them. But have them tell it. They're everywhere. They're all over the world. They got the biggest and the greatest numbers directly out here, but yet the birth rate is in the gutter trash. Shout out to Dudley, third strike. It'd be like that. Nikki Pooh said, karma, yeah, it is 100%. Like I said, I try to tell people. I try to tell people some stuff so that they can actually save themselves, but people don't want to do the hard work. People don't see where they have performed any type of errors. So, this is currently, where people reside. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Somebody said we pay our taxes, we work, don't get Section 8 EBT free healthcare. It's not white, black. It's an area you can afford from hard work. I think I get what you're trying to say from Nightmare. I think I get what you're trying to say. April Jules said exactly. Willie said, truth be told. Queen said there are various reasons why some of us chose not to have kids because nobody wants to get married. Children need both parents, and if all men want to do is play house, then there you have it. Question. Cool. Wait. Queen Jans. What ethnicity are you? By chance. What ethnicity are you by chance? Willie Bob, he said, okay, so that was Jackson, Mississippi that happened in. Thank you. Because I was trying to remember where that happened when I saw that. Let me see. McLeese? Hopefully I pronounced. Well, I'll just go with the first name. Tanaya. Hopefully I pronounced that right. You said I just left the job I loved. The administration harassed me and treated me horribly. More than likely to happen, they did it on purpose to get you out of there. A lot of those jobs, they will, instead of trying to fire you, because if they fire you, they got to pay you. They will pressure and do certain things in order to get you up out of there. And a lot of them will be directly in on it in order to free up space so they can put somebody else that they want directly in that spot. That's it. That's exactly, what that is. Let me see. You said you love taking care of residents. I mean, you could always start up a business. Start up a business. That's the best way I can sit up there and tell you. Let me see. Sham said, let me tell you, America's falling and it's falling fast. Just be prepared for things to get worse. Yep. It's bars. Yo, Mo, what is up? What is up? What is up? What's up? What is happening? What is happening? Top reasons are lack of equal growth, opportunities, unfair treatment, favoritism, and harassment. Liberal justice said when they give you promotions, when they give these promotions to white women, they often expect black women to train them. Yeah, that's true. April said, right, they have to clean it up. Yeah. What was it? Sham said when racist countries start falling, they create a scapegoat to start to trash on in order to try and turn the decline around. It doesn't work and the country will continue to decline. Queen said, slander on the job, an extreme stressful situation orchestrated on the job. This is very traumatizing to Black women because I experienced it myself and lots of others collectively. Yep, I heard about that as well too. D Money said vagrancy laws, bars. April said they're going to side with their men. Yep, 100%. Actually, that looking at your previous comment, that actually answered my question. I didn't see the previous comment above because the comment section was actually moving for me there. Okay, I got you. Um, the thing I will say is this. There are guys out there, for at least there are Black men out there that do want to get married. I can tell you that because I know friends who are Black men that are married directly to Black women, all Black everything, Black kids, and the whole nine yards. There are Black men out there that want to get married. Um, Now I'm not sure what your preference would be. I'm not sure, preference meaning the type of Black men that you would look for. I'm not sure if it might be economic status, if it might be a certain type of height, or whatever people would basically put directly out there. But there are Black men out there that do want to get married. Um, I know it just so happens that the ones that do want to get married are usually not attractive to the women out there that want to be married. So that tends to happen. Even though the guys are very nice, hardworking guys, and everything of the sort, you know. But like I said, it's whatever women out here feel, or how that tends to work and everything of the sort. Um, and you're right, children do need both parents. That is true. That is true. Um, and no, all men don't want to sit up there. This is the best way I can sit up and put it. Men can only do what women allow men to do, right? Um, so if you got women out here not putting standards or limitations on certain things, then it's going to be what it's going to be. It's the same thing I sit up there and say for dudes. You got a lot of dudes out here, treating random women out here like a wife or a girlfriend of 7 years or something like that. Like they sitting up there buying these random women that they only met like 3 months, sitting up there buying them cars, doing this and doing that. I'm like, bro, you're doing way too much. I'm like, ain't nobody talking about marriage, nobody talking about that, but you got your name on like an apartment and a title. What are you doing? Because she would not sit up there and do that for you. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, you're doing too much, But like I said before, if people don't put limitations on certain things, you're just gonna have chaos. And currently at this moment in time, this is what we got. But I will sit up there and say that when it deals with the chaos, we always tend to focus on the loudest ones. We never focus in on the ones that are sitting back, silent and quiet and minding their business. We don't tend to sit up there and scope them out. Like I said, there's a lot of I've seen even in the markets. I've seen Black married couples. I'm not sure, where people specifically look when people do videos on social media about Black people not getting married and stuff like that. But there are married couples directly out there, or even if they're not married, they've been together for a very long time. Again, some people believe in marriage, some people do not. You know, but yeah, it's, you know, um, the money said roughly 40% of the global population and dropping. Murder said Black women work. I'm Hispanic, so working is like breathing to us. It didn't impact me one bit. I'm a little bit confused. They're talking about corporate. I'm not sure what type of work that you're even talking about. You said that you're Hispanic. I don't know what type of work you're talking about. We're talking about Black women working, corporate office jobs, things of that sort. It's great. It didn't impact you, but I'm pretty sure ICE will. So, like I said, try that somewhere else. Like I said, try that directly somewhere else. Because people decide that they want to make smart comments directly like this. This is why people be sitting up there just spelling out ice real quick. This is why people. This is why black people get online and they start speaking as disrespectful as everybody is able to see and witness. Because y'all just come out of nowhere. Y'all come directly out of the side of your neck and decide that you just want to be a part of a conversation that has nothing to do with you, my friend. You got everything else in life that you should be worried about. I'm pretty sure that you got some friends and family right now that are probably terrified at this moment in time that been going through a lot of different things in between both administrations, from the Democrats to Republicans to the Republicans to the Democrats. But somehow, some way, you ended up finding this here site, and you decided to sit yourself directly here, and you wanted to let us know that you were Hispanic working, and you wanted to question black women working as if that's some type of a rarity. Black women have been working before and after slavery, some of which you don't know nothing about. Matter of fact, technically you should, because the darker Hispanics were the ones that got treated the worst. Those are also the same ones that y'all don't even like to claim. But it'd be like that sometimes. When your own people want to be racist because of skin color. Crazy work. And then people talk about a black and brown coalition. Where that be at? Where that be at? Diabolical work though, but it'd be like that. Be like that. Like I said, to a lot of people, sometimes if you sit directly in the back of the live stream and you don't have nothing good to say, it's good for you not to say nothing. It's good for you not to say nothing. It's that's some crazy work. 100% crazy work. Like I said, nobody cares that you're Hispanic. Nobody really cares that you're here up until you decided to make yourself be known, and then you decided to somehow, some way, take a shot directly at black women. For what? Why don't you take a shot directly at your women? Why don't you talk directly about them and try to question them working or whatnot or whatever and all this other type? Like I said, y'all got a whole bunch of stuff on y'all plate. Y'all are literally the America's most wanted at this moment in time. Like I said, I done covered stories where a lot of your cities are looking like ghost towns because people are just afraid. People are getting rounded up. People do not want to sit up there and go out because their status is up in the air. Or matter of fact, they don't even have a status because they're not even supposed to be here. Like I said, that's some crazy work, man. How y'all just be pulling up. Y'all wonder why it is that black Americans are speaking the way that they do online on a variety of platforms. Y'all wonder why. It's because y'all do it to yourselves. Y'all wonder why we wasn't out there protesting. This is why, because y'all start saying stuff that y'all don't got no business saying. Ain't nobody asked you a thing. Wasn't nobody even talking to you. This was specifically just focused on black women. My goodness. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Diabolical. Oh, that's some crazy work. Somebody's sitting up there saying, want to bring up crime stats class. Now, it wasn't that long ago that Seji, I gotta speak in third person, decided to actually bring up some crime stats. I'm not trying to go down this avenue yet again because I don't know who you are, but for the team that you're playing on, they had their y'all jerseys are in the rafters. Matter of fact, since people want to talk about crime stats, do we want to talk about some global stats real quick? I can give you stuff from the transatlantic slave trade from the 1500s to the 1800s, right? Matter of fact, let's go through this because you wanted to do this, right? You let me make sure your comment is all fine, right? So for Valley, for anybody else that's just like Valley, I want you to just listen up real quick because I love this. We do this. I am here directly for the ignorance, and we're going to fully get ignorant. Going to sit up there and just embrace it. No problem. So we got some other trolls directly in here. Now those trolls are gonna pack them directly on up. No problem. Going to do the Lord's work right now. I got you. Shout out to AI at this moment in time. So let's go to the transatlantic slave trade, right? From the 1500s to the 1800s, estimated deaths 12 to 20 million. 12.5 million Africans were shipped. Millions more died during raids or in holding camps. It includes deaths during capture, forced marches, and the Middle Passage, right? So we got the colonization of America, 1492 and onward. Estimated deaths, 50 to 100 million. Massive depopulation of indigenous peoples due to disease, war, enslavement, and displacement. Examples: Hispaniola. I might have mispronounced that. Please forgive me. Population decline from 300,000 to a few hundred within decades. Colonization of Africa, late 1800s to the mid 1900s. Estimated deaths 10 to 20 million. Congo Free State under King Leopold. And I gave y'all a video of King Leopold. I made sure to put him front and center because a lot of people like to talk about Black Americans. Oh, look at these stats. Look at the crimes. Let's look at those global crimes. Let's look at that, right? Since people want to throw stats directly out there, we got you. No problem, right? Congo Free State under King Leopold II. 10 plus million deaths, famines, wars, and massacres during colonial rule in multiple regions. Colonization of Asia, Indian, Southeast Asia, and etc. Estimated deaths 20 through 35 million. British policies contributed to mass famines in India. Great Bengal famine of 1770, 10 million. 1943, Bengal famine, 3 million. Opium wars and other exploitative conflicts. World wars, primarily European origins. Estimated deaths: World War One, 20 million. World War Two, 70 to 85 million. The Holocaust, 6 million Jewish peoples plus millions of Roma and disabled Slavs and etc. Civil deaths due to bombings, starvation, and genocide. Other genocides and atrocities: Hero and Nama genocide 1904 and 1908, Nambia 65,000, Australian Aboriginal genocide and frontier wars 100,000 plus, Irish famine 1845 through 1852, 1 million dead, 2 million immigrated, which is debated if it qualifies as a genocide. Estimated total deaths in a very rough range. Categories: American colonization, 50 through 100 million. Transatlantic slave trade, 12 to 20 million. African colonization, 10 to 20. Asian colonization and families, 20 to 35. World wars, 90 to 100. And other genocides, 1 to 5 million. Grand total in a low to high range, 180 million to over 280 million lost lives. So who else here wants to pull up to the scene and try to talk about Black people and stats and the lives and all this other type of garbage and whatnot or whatever? Because we can start sitting up there talking about stats. We don't got nothing at all in comparison to you. You are the highest of the high forever and a day. You got more bodies than Satan at this moment in time. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. Diabolical. And that man can just speak words. But y'all are just out here living physical form, just doing it. Ever since you existed, this is all you do. And you got the nerve to sit up there and talk about Black Americans? And then on top of that, you want to sit up there and talk about IQs. It doesn't seem very intelligent to me that a group of people would want to do this all over the world. That's not intelligent to me. That seems actually pretty stupid. That seems pretty selfish. And then you want to talk about fatherlessness. Let's talk about the amount of fathers that you've erased off of this planet due to the fact of colonization, of wars, genocides, famines, slavery. Don't want to talk about that though, right? You don't want to talk about the fatherlessness that you've caused through your own actions. Don't want to bring that up. And you wonder why it is at this moment in time that you are suffering and having problems with population growth. Why it is that you're sitting side by side with the honorary Caucasians, aka the Asians. You're wondering why your population is looking like the Koreans, the Japanese. It's crazy work. That's diabolical in nature. Like I said, I keep trying to tell y'all wanted all of this energy. You thought you was Goku. You was calling for a spirit bomb. You was going to sit up there and just throw it down, thinking that was going to be the end of the day. You were never even in control of that energy. You were never in control. You thought you had it because you stole power. That's what happens. So now, little by little, that energy that you wanted to drop on other people is being utilized and dropped directly on you. It be like that though. It be like that. Now, just in case, people want to, continue being stupid, we're going to take a further deep dive directly through this. We're going to go with the global death tolls attributed to European/white colonialism and atrocities. Africa, Congo Free State, Belgium, right? We already went over that one. That was 10 to 15 million. German Southwest Africa, Nambia, 1904 to 1908, 65,000 through 100,000. Slave raids, colonial wars, and famine, Britain, France, Portugal, Germany, and etc. 5 through 10 million additional. The total in Africa, 15 to 25 million. Asia, India, British colonial famines, 1769 to 1943, 12 to 35 million. Opium wars again, and the I want to say Queen or King destabilization UK, 1 to 2 million. Indonesian, Dutch colonization and forced labor, 1 to 2 million. Philippines, Spanish and the United States colonization, 1 million. Total in Asia, 15 to 40 million. Middle East, British and French post-Ottoman control includes Iraq, Palestine, and hard to isolate, 1 million and possibly more. Includes military occupation, displacement, and starvation. Total Middle East, 0.5 to 1.5 million. Oceania, Australia, New Zealand, Pacific Islands. Aboriginal Australians, 1788 through 1900s, 9,000 to 150K. Includes massacres, disease, child removal, and starvation. The Morai, the New Zealand Wars, 20,000. Pacific Islanders, forced labor, disease, depopulation, 2 million. The total in Oceania, 1 to 2.5 million. The Americas, North, Central, South America, and the Caribbeans, 1492 onward, 50 to 100 million. Primarily indigenous peoples. Transatlantic slave trade deaths, captured transit labors, 12 to 20 million. Grand total, 65 through 120 million. World wars, primarily European instigated. World War I, 20 million. World War II, 70 through 85 million. Includes Holocaust again, mass civilian bombings and genocide. Total wars, the total in that, 90 to 100 million. Global estimates. Again, Africa, 15 to 25 million. Asia, 15 to 40 million. Middle East, 0.5 through 1.5 million. Oceania, 1 through 2.5 million. Americas, colonization and slavery, 65 through 120 million. World wars, 90 to 100 million. Grand total, 186.5 million to 289 million lost lives globally. So again, like I said before, in comparison, it don't matter what stats that y'all want to sit up there and bring up and always want to, per capita, this, that. We're talking about the whole world. We're talking about the globe. There is nothing in comparison. There is no stat that you could ever bring up dealing with Black Americans that are going to put us over you. You are the Jordan of the game. It don't matter what stats you got. Oh, this black on black crime, which is called crime within proximity because there's no such thing as white on white crime, right? Asian on Asian crime, Mexican on Mexican crime, Australian on Australian, right? Again, it's a branding. It's a term that y'all use in order to make money. Shout out to my alarm clock at 5 o'clock. So again, none of those terms exists. It's crime within proximity. So, regardless of whatever you want to talk about when it deals with us amongst us, just know the fact that your numbers are greater than Jordan's. Lord have mercy. You are in the rafters forever and a day. There should be galaxies celebrating your jersey just being directly up there because you've taken out literally civilizations. The populations that you guys have just like taken out is ridiculous. But I'm not surprised because this is just what you do, historically speaking. Like this is just a thing. It's diabolical in nature. Diabolical. What was it? Oh, somebody didn't like that. Oh, that hurts. You said I'm full of it. Another person said, LOL, you're crazy. And I can tell you're in your 20s. I can tell you're a bot. How about that? I can tell that you're a bot. You're an NPC. You're the type of person that walks through life and you have no internal dialogue. You just go through life with a clear mind. That's the type of person that you are. It's crazy work. But yet you found your way here. I know you're bored. I guess because that Roblox lawsuit is happening, I guess your fun days in Roblox are a little bit off as a grown adult. So you opted to go through the shorts area on YouTube to see what it is that you can get into. And you found your way here. Look at that. Somebody called the police on that man. Let me tell you, we got another escapee. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Somebody said, let me see. So a group of 10,000 other Africans is irrelevant to you, but 1 million people dying from famine in Ireland is relevant. I'm not even sure who you're even responding to. Rather, we all got what we are. We're going to. They first got here, neither were the Irish. You're just going to glance over the fact that many of these groups of people weren't even considered one at the time that they committed these crimes. It's literally Africa. Like, what are you saying? No, you're just talking just to talk. Like you're just at this moment in time, like you're just writing paragraphs just to sit up there and talk. So okay, I got you. So you just want to showcase yourself here, right? At the end of the day, let me just as a black American, let me just because obviously I'm looking at the way that you're talking, and I know that we're not the same. As a black American, the only thing that we've clearly asked people to do is just respect what it is that we say. If we say that we're black American, that's it. We don't need nobody sitting up there trying to tell us, oh, do a DNA test, do this, do nah. We if we don't want to, we don't have to. Um, there's a lot of other people that need to be doing DNA tests. Areas of Nigeria where kids don't even know who their parents are. They need to be doing DNA tests. Realistically, don't come to Black Americans talking about we need to do this. We've been doing just fine by ourselves. We have survived for a very long time without anybody's help, without anybody's hand, and we will continue to thrive and survive. Like I said before, it's crazy that all it took was for Black Americans to say, don't put African on the first part of that, and everybody started losing their minds. Everybody really wants to start talking and really want to start trying to tell Black Americans, no, it's this, no, it's that. You guys don't know who it is that you are. You guys are ashamed of being African. How can I be ashamed of somewhere that I've never been? Explain that to me. How could I be ashamed of a group of people that I don't know anything about? That sounds completely stupid. I can be ashamed of people within my family because I know them. I know how they move. I know how they act. I know things that they've done. I can be ashamed of that. I can be ashamed of friends. How can I be ashamed of a whole nother group of people on a whole nother landmass and a whole nother nation that's a part of a whole nother culture, a whole nother tribe? How can I be ashamed of people that I don't even know realistically that even exist? Like I said, this that just lets me know that a lot of y'all just like talking just to hear yourselves talk. Y'all just like hearing yourselves talk. Y'all want to jump on this bandwagon because you see a few celebrities going to what is it, Benny? You got Sierra and you got Lauren Hill going over there. Like I said, I guess people must be getting paid money. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but it wasn't but a few years ago that people were sitting up there going to Ghana. Ghana was magically the hot spot. Everybody, you had some of the hottest celebrities going there. It was like, yo, I'm going to Ghana. I'm going to get in touch with my African roots and this, that, and the third, and woody woody wop de wop. And magically, Ghana not hot no more. Is Benny? Is Benny now? That's where everybody's going. That's the brand new hotspot destination to be considered with it, to understand your heritage, where you're from. Like I said, like, come on now. Like I said, for me, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at a game that's being played. Shout out to the celebrities because I get it. You know, they're more than likely getting some kickbacks, getting some type of money. They got some type of symbiotic relationship going on there with the country and everything like that. You know, but like I said, the exact same thing that those celebrities getting, ordinary Black Americans, we not getting that. We're not getting that. Like I said, that's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Like, bro, if I'm telling you, like, at the end of the day, just let me just sit up there and just do it like this. If I sit up there and tell you that I'm American, that's it. You're not going to sit up there as an African. You're not going to sit up there and try to tell me that I'm American. You can't. It don't matter what you sit up there and say. I know where I'm born. I know where I was raised. I know where my family specifically came from. Generation on generation on generation and generation. That's it. I don't need to know nothing else. That's great for you. You're over there from the African continent. That's great. Many blessings to you and yours directly over there. That's cool. But be over there with that. Stop coming over here trying to sit up there and act like you educating Black America. Y'all can't educate us on nothing. Y'all can't educate us on nothing. Y'all don't even know enough of our history to educate us. The only thing that y'all can really parrot back is talking about slavery. That's it. that's the main talking point that y'all can happen to mention and talk about is slavery. Oh, you guys were slaves. The white man set up there and had you in chains. And maybe y'all might be able to list something about the civil rights. That's it. Y'all go from slavery to the civil rights. Y'all can't really repeat nothing in the middle because y'all don't know nothing. Because y'all didn't care that much. Because it ain't your history, remember? You didn't have to go through it. Your people didn't have to suffer with it. Because y'all realistically just got here just to get the benefits. Like I said, it's crazy work out here, man. Y'all wonder why it is that Black Americans keep sitting up here saying the things that we saying because we're telling you one thing and y'all trying to tell us something else. Y'all being disrespectful. Y'all trying to talk to us like we are your child. We are not. we are not. Like I said, some of your countries. Who? What was the timeline of some of those countries being named? People been migrating and been moving around for so many different places. A lot of y'all don't even know who it is that y'all really are. Like that Africa has been renamed so many different times, you don't even know. Like, brother, like it's crazy. Like some of y'all all got the same birthday on what is it, January 1st? Like some diabolical stuff. I ain't never heard of nothing like that. That's some crazy work. Everybody got the same birthday. How? How? It's crazy. Um, so I got you. No problem. No problem. This is the problem with that. Let me just. I don't have my little setup here, so I got to self edit myself. I just want to let Henry Kendrick, like, yo, shout out for putting the information directly out there, and I want you to know that me and the rest of other Black Americans, we appreciate and we highly do not give a about any of the information that you just put up here, because it does not matter. Because I've talked about this before, there's a difference between people being indentured servants, meaning that you work for some years and then you're let go, versus being chattel slavery. And it's crazy to me how you guys always want to come through and make that comparison in between who was first and who was not. If y'all actually cared that much, y'all would actually be talking about this. The only time that y'all want to bring up that anybody that was non-black was a slave is to basically shut black people up. That's not how that works here, champ. That's not how that works here. Because I don't care. I've covered that issue before, and I've covered the issue between the Irish and the Scottish and many others being indentured, meaning that you have a set time, you have a contract that you sign, you have a set release, and then after that, you're able to get land and all this other type of stuff, versus people being chattel slavery and going through the horrendous atrocities that they had to go through and suffer. Like I said, you guys always want to pull up to the scene and magically, whenever black people are having a conversation, you want to throw yourselves in there. I don't understand why y'all keep doing this to yourselves. Worry about Kendrick. I need you. I need you to do better and worry about your birth rate. I need you to worry about why they stopped playing commercials of Viagra and many other commercials directly out there when it deals with erectile dysfunction. You better start worrying about why it is that they stopped playing those commercials where it dealt with in vitro, and they would primarily show white women going to the doctor, trying to figure out how to get some things done, and try to have the first child. You better sit up there and mind the business that pays you. Worry about that population that's sitting up there dwindling. Worrying about why it is that your daughters ain't trying to procreate with anybody that looks like you or reflective wise. Why your sons ain't trying to deal with anybody that looks like their mom, and they going out there getting Latin and Asian women. You better go sit up there and mind the business that pays you, and worry about why a lot of that money from your white community is going elsewhere. Like I said, I keep trying to tell people, mind the business that pays you. Go to the areas, like TLC said, go to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. That's what y'all need to sit up there and do. Stop trying to put yourselves into other people's conversations. Like I said, we didn't have enough dummies today. We don't need a lineup. We don't need a row. We don't need that. Stop doing it. Stop doing it to yourself. Stop doing it. I'm pretty sure I done probably stayed on this clip for a minute. We actually got a few some more videos directly left.
Trump is not.
So now we got this video. I saw somebody were talking in and out of the chat, talking about Trump and all this other type of stuff. So let's take a look at this video.
Y'all, Trump is not playing. This man said ain't gonna be no more bilingual. And let me explain what that means. So he recently announced that bilingual services will no longer be offered. So when we apply for jobs and it says must be bilingual, must be able to speak Spanish, ain't gonna be able to do that no more. This also applies to public services like aid. When you need aid, you go down to the county office and you get aid. Schools, hospitals, any type of public services. Everything's gonna be in English. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. There is no other country on planet Earth that has offered English as an alternative. Mind you, people in America, we travel. we'd be traveling. I don't know any other country whose national language isn't English, whose national language isn't English, that offers English option. It doesn't exist. So why does Trump get a bad rap for doing exactly what every other country does? Even the countries that the immigrants come from. They don't do this in Mexico. They're not giving you no English option. A lot of them know how to speak English. Some of them know how to speak English because of tourism, and that's only in the tourism areas. Most of them don't. He ain't wrong, y'all. I can't even front. And also, it kind of opens things up for us regular people to get a job, because there are a lot of jobs where you only qualify if you speak Spanish, aka you can't work here unless you're Mexican, Latin American, some type of, you speak Spanish, you're from a South American country. And that's not fair for Americans. I'm not mad at it, Trump. Now, again, he's not our Lord and Savior, and there are a lot of things he does that I do not agree with. This one, I agree with. And to be fair, when he said they're taking black jobs, he didn't lie. The thing is, they weren't just taking black jobs. They were taking up a lot of jobs, like the jobs that we could have if we weren't forced to be bilingual to get them, like those jobs. Or like our children who are just starting working, can't work in no fast food place because everyone is Hispanic and they won't hire nobody else. Like that. Or, construction jobs. They won't hire nobody else because they're not Hispanic and can't speak Spanish and communicate with people that don't speak English. Like that. He wasn't lying when he said that too, but everybody on here want to act like they didn't know what he was talking about. Anyway.
It'd be like that. The funniest thing is, some of the first people that I saw complaining about the use of a different language in America were white Americans. And I saw a lot of white Americans agree, right? And the interesting thing is, now when you have a black woman here that is, in a sense, given the same sentiments, and she's speaking more on depth on how it is that it would affect the black community, I look at some of the comments here, and it seems that some people are disagreeing directly with this. But I'm like, when white people said it, it was completely fine, and everybody seemed to understand it and take it pretty well. But the moment in time that a black woman states it, it's problematic. Now she doesn't know how to speak English, and this, that, and the third, and all these other types. Like I said before, it's crazy work. Well, Mo came directly out as the sniper that can and did, and started putting people directly in the Bermuda Triangle. So welcome to the channel, folks, where if you just so happen to play stupid games, you will win stupid prizes. If I, as the patient person, have not put you out into the shadow realm, many of my moderators who have an itchy finger will do that with the quickness. So yeah, that's how that works. So if you're able to hear, but you're not able to see yourself, you know what happened. It'd be like that. But yeah, like I said before, it's some crazy work. It is some crazy. I'll put it to you like this: if I ever took myself to another country, like let's say like I do want to go directly to Japan or something like that, right? I would make sure that I would at least have some tech, or I would be efficient enough where I can do some type of basic conversations or have basic understandings of what the Japanese folks are saying, because I should not automatically think that, okay, because I'm American in your country, you automatically should be able to speak my language. That's stupid. That's crazy. That's diabolical work. I, as a foreigner, I, as a guest, should be doing my due diligence in order to accommodate the people there, in order to be amongst, those folks there, because I want to be there, right? That's the way that I feel when it deals with America. If anybody from another country wants to be directly in America, you should do everything possible. I don't care if you got to listen to American songs to learn English. You should be doing anything possible to learn English to be here. It's great that you know Spanish. That's your first language. That's cool. When you're here, you should be able to speak English. That's all I'm saying. Because if I'm in your country, you would expect me to be able to speak your language. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Uh-oh, somebody is saying, dude, stop. Why must I stop? Why must I stop? Like I said before, everything that I stated made sense. I even used myself as an example. You said it takes time to learn a language. Okay. So what you're telling me is that you would rather risk your freedom versus taking time out to learn a language? I mean, I at least from high school, I sat up there and took some classes. I took some classes in Japanese a little bit, here and there. Learn how to write some hiragana, katakana, things of that nature. It's a little bit wobbly, you know. But I did at least take the initiative to do so because that's what I wanted to sit up there and do. Even back in the days of having a pen pal, I'm like, yo, if somebody, had a different language, I wanted to actually learn their language. I didn't just want them to sit up there and speak English because for me, I feel like that's rude. You shouldn't really, in a sense, have to. I feel like it should be like a mutual symbiotic type of thing. But like I said, it's just me though. That's just the type of wave that I sit up there and ride. I feel like it should be a symbiotic type of thing where people are basically mixing and mingling, sharing that type of thing when it deals with languages. It shouldn't, in a sense, be a one sided type of thing in a sense, right? But here we are. It'd be like that. But again, that's in a more balanced, society, in a more balanced world. But we don't live in a balanced world. We live in a world where people feel as though that you need to do whatever it is that they're doing if they're a guest. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not for that. I'm not for that at all. Like if you have your own area, like in Detroit, we got what's called like Mexican town. It's expected. They're going to be speaking Spanish. Signs are probably going to be in Spanish and everything of that sort. That's cool. That I got it. That is y'all spot. That is y'all, city within a city. Cool, no problem. Now, when it deals with everywhere else, you are going to make sure to have those signs directly in English. Everything on that menu is going to be readable. People in that restaurant are going to be speaking English directly to the people, the patrons that are coming directly to that restaurant. Like I said, I feel like that's even. I feel like that is pretty much fair. But, you know, some people tend to disagree. Or what'd you say, Sham? You said, sorry, said I don't know what he's on about. How you telling people to stop? Just go to another video. Wait, who said go to another video? You said I don't know any other languages. I mean, at this point, yeah, I don't. I have certain fragments of Japanese, but I could probably only say like a few words in Japanese at this moment versus being able to actually say sentences and respond back promptly, along with saying my name, saying a greeting, and different things of that nature. Like I said, I did take Japanese in my freshman year of high school, but that was a long time ago. So, yeah. But like I said, it's crazy when people try to act like you're faking. I'm not. I literally had a Japanese teacher directly in my school. We had I think what were you able to learn in school? You were able to learn French, you were able to learn Italian, Japanese, and I think they might have had Arabic. But I think that was like a small section during that time because it wasn't anything major during that time. But yeah, whatever. Like I said, you're a random in the comment section. So, it'd be like that. You said math and music are universal language. I mean, yeah, it is. That's true. But I will sit up there and say when it deals with music that it would take for somebody to have a soul to really understand it and feel it. And a lot of people don't have souls. Just saying. Because I've watched a lot of content of people directly at concerts. Like I said, I can pretty much vibe with all music. Pretty much. Even if it's not really my taste, I can still sit up there. I'm like, yo, I see the tone. I feel the there's a bit of emotion, direct. Like I said, I can vibe with a lot of stuff. I've seen people just sit there at concerts with blank stares. I'm like, you're an NPC. You have no type of soul. You should never be at a concert of which you paid to go to, and you're sitting there and you can't even move to the music. Like nothing's happening. Like there's no type of like goosebumps. Like it's not activating anything. Yeah, nah, you ain't real. You ain't real. Roundtown said, I've never liked being in airports, trains, and etc. and hearing another language, especially Spanish. I mean, to me, it's whatever. Like I said, people are comfortable in speaking their own language because they don't want everybody, quote unquote, I guess in their conversation or whatnot or whatever. It'd be like that. The only thing that I've tried to tell a lot of parents, even during the time of high school, I tried to tell a lot of people like, hey, if you're, very much worried and concerned, it's like, yo, start just reading up on some stuff. I think there was a moment in time when I used to take trips, like 14-hour trips. I would sit up there and was it a Japanese? Was it a 1 hour learn Japanese or was it Spanish? I forgot. It was one of those that I would just sit up there and just watch and fall asleep and listen to. So, like I said, it doesn't hurt to sit up there and learn some subtle, simple things, greetings or whatnot or whatever. Because I had to learn some stuff when I was working with other people, that knew Spanish. So over time, I sort of understood by either the body language, the mannerisms, or or whatnot, or whatever. I pretty much figured out what the words, in a sense, meant after hearing them repeatedly, over the years and whatnot. So, you know, uh, oh, somebody went with the Samuel Jackson. That's crazy. Uh, let me see what else we got. What else we got? I think actually that is it because I think Mo and some other
It was
mods that
gonna
got
go
people
left.
on out of here. So now I want people to focus in on this. I'm not sure if y'all remember. This is from the T app that was live at one moment in time that all the women were pretty much raving about. Men found out about it later, but women were just on the app just going wild and putting a whole bunch of guys information and all this other type of stuff um directly out here. So let's look at this.
I knew it was gonna go left once I seen a whole bunch of black men on there because I was like, bro, either somebody has an agenda, somebody has it out for the niggas.
I haven't been wrong. Say what you want. Call me all sorts of names. But wrong? Never. What does it say? It say according to the this that I'm reading on Instagram that the T app was founded by a white man and that it is aggressively targeting black men in the black community. What did I say last week? The app is tainted because all I see are black men on there. Like, damn, it's some shiesty niggas out there, but not all of them. Uninstall.
So I found out more and more about this app as the days go by. So what happened earlier last month was that the T app was hacked after people found out what it was, that it was just an all women's app. And in order to be on that app, you had to verify yourself by a variety of different areas. And once you had some of the guys out there find out, magically, I guess the app wasn't secure and they didn't have the proper security. The app was basically hacked and the information was basically released out there on the internet. Somebody made a map of all of the women's information, and it was an interactive map where you can basically see the person and supposedly where it is that they live and all of those things. Right. And a lot of the pictures that I was able to see, you had, white women, of course, being the face directly of that. I did not know that you had black women on there talking about black men as such. I sort of knew, but I heard a few whispers, and that was because you had some people on X, aka Twitter, speaking on the fact that some of the men had women lying on them so horribly that they had to come out there and literally make videos talking about that they don't have, whatever STD the person is talking about, and they never transmitted anything to anybody. They went as far to, and I'm talking about you got a black man doing this, went as far as to show a my chart, show a full on my chart, on top of the fact of doing, I think, a video or a live while he's at the doctor's office getting blood tests done. Because you have women out here putting out all of these words and these informations and all this stuff about dudes, and nobody can verify any of the stuff that the women are talking about. Nobody can verify it. But yet guys out here got to try to defend themselves because women are saying whatever for whatever reason. Like I said, that's crazy to me. That is crazy to me. And then on top of the fact, to know that it is called a T app, that is diabolical. Because the main individuals that I know of that use the terminology T are those in the black community. And this white man made an app and called it that. Woo! Like I said, whatever black people happen to make popular, people just steal it. It's diabolical. It's like I said, there's a lot of things that black people could be doing and putting directly out there, making money directly from, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't seem to happen. It just does not seem to happen. Diabolical. Somebody said you guys are ignorant because the Southwest states are literally in Spanish. The stupidity is alive in the United States. What are you even talking about? What I'm talking. Do you not understand that when people are stating something that they're talking about a current situation, as in dealing with the situation with ICE and immigrants and all this other type of stuff? That's what we're referring to and talking about. It's crazy to me that people get so emotional on some things that they just want to, but whatever. Like I said, crazy work, diabolical in nature. Diabolical. Concern said I worked in the medical profession years ago, and the patients complain about foreigners not speaking English. Yeah. You said I learned Japanese from Kurosawa. Next we got Sham said never use the apps. Somebody said watching it happen said everyone uses black people slang. Stop blaming black. Whenever I do videos and I single out black men in those videos, I never happen to see comments like yours. Why is that? Why is it that any point in time, because I did sit up there and say that there were two groups in the black community that use that terminology. I did say two groups. I didn't say only one. Didn't say only one. Why is it that when I happen to make videos, because I talked about Shannon Sharp, a few other black guys throughout the years who have, done things that have either, got them maimed or cost them their lives. Why is it that I never see this type of comment when I start getting on black men, young black boys, and younger black men in the black community, ripping and running, doing abhorrent acts, in the family, two black women in the community, taking lives in the black community? Like, why is it that when I just so happen to talk about that, I never see this. I never see people like you pull up to the scene and defend black men. I never see it. I never see it. But the moment in time, it's like some super simp senses, spider simp senses be tingling the moment in time that you think that a black man is about to sit up there and just go off the rails and start talking negative about black women. Here y'all come, but y'all don't come to save nothing else in the black community. Y'all don't come to protect nothing else in the black community. Like, yo, this is so crazy. It is wild. I see y'all out here doing more defense online when it deals with this type of stuff or a critique versus actually building something. And I'm a black man that actually reports on black men building and going out and doing stuff. And we got some, but it's not enough. Like I wish the type of energy that y'all had online, y'all would actually do that in the streets. I wish y'all would. I wish the type of energy that you have right now where you want to quote unquote just defend every single black woman out here. I wish y'all would have that for y'all kids. I wish y'all would have that for y'all wives, for your girlfriends, for the mothers of your children. I wish you would have that for your grandmothers. All the people in your life that need you to protect them, that you let fall to the wayside. I wish you would have that energy for them versus random people online that don't know you, don't care about you, not going to sleep with you, not going to slide in your DMs, not going to give you a number. I just wish you would have that energy for people that actually mattered in your life. But you won't. And you never will. That's some crazy work. Diabolical. Diabolical. Like, how about taking out the time? Let me just do it like this because I want to make sure we just have the comment directly on screen. I want you as a black man, if you are a black man, I don't know what you are. The picture is too small. I know that you're melanated. The energy that you got right here in this comment, I want you to talk to the black brothers out there that are primarily got their preference for white women. I want you to go out there and talk to those black brothers and those young men and tell them about the history of black men losing their lives in this country due to their preference and who are still losing their lives to their day just because they're in close proximity. I want you to do that. I want you to sit up there and educate your brothers on the issues of Shannon Sharp and many other black rich men who are out here just frivolously dating and doing whatever and losing money. Like whatever millions of dollars that Shannon Sharp could have, he just basically gave away to a white woman for free that he wasn't even married to. He could have sat up there and bought up the block. That 15, 20 million that's going to retire that white woman, that could have went to somewhere in the black community. But it won't. It's going outside of the community, which seems to be the main thing that happens when it deals with black men dating white women or women of other, respective races. The money leaves the community, never to be seen ever again. Like I said, why don't y'all ever have any type of like movement directly for those stories when I cover that? Or when black men lose their lives because of their preference? Why don't y'all, show up to the scene and have this type of energy? Why don't you pull up to try to save somebody then? Like I said, y'all don't even want to save your own brothers. That's how crazy that is. That's diabolical. That's 100% diabolical. Mm-mm-mm. Like I said, for any of the other black men in the background that want to pull up to the scene doing this, please don't. Please don't. Please do not. Please do not. I've covered enough stories on y'all losing lives just being stupid. Please don't do it. Please, 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 please do not do it. Please don't do it. Like I said, it is it is just not, this is just not the time. Like nobody in here is really looking or checking for you. Like I said, I don't know where y'all be popping up from. I don't know where y'all get these super suits from, but y'all need to return that back to Party City real quick and get your money back and just go home. Just have a seat. Go catch a game or something. Because like I said, there's a lot of other things that you should be focused on. Matter of fact, the interesting part about this and me bringing this up, because I'm glad he actually brought up this comment here. There was a video that I actually gave you guys, which is this one here, right? When it dealt with Shakari Richardson. Like I said directly in the video, I am a fan of Shakari. If anybody has been on my platform long enough, you can even see some of the community posts of me basically uplifting her, being proud of what it is that she is accomplishing, right? Against basically the world, because everybody in the world was basically hating her. They did not love her at all. They wanted her to be directly out of race, and they didn't want to see her name, hear nothing from her, right? And I reported on her multiple times, and happy that she was sitting up there making it and do the things that she was sitting up there doing. And then it came to this point where this story was happening. Now, do you think what's the name we put up there? Watch It Happen. Do you think Watch It Happen would have anything to say about Shakari's actions dealing with this story and what she did to her black boyfriend? Nope. Not a peep, not a word. How do I know this? Because I literally have some quote unquote black men in the comment section underneath the story right now talking about that they don't see what the young man did wrong. And the main thing that I pointed out was that in this society, if this young man, if it was reversed, if this young man decided that he wanted to get outside of himself, he wanted to put hands or attempt to put hands on Miss Richardson, people would have lost their minds. He would have been crucified. He would have lost brand deals. He would have lost any type of sponsorships. He would have lost millions of dollars. He might not even be running track at this moment in time. And black women online would have crucified him, right? Rightfully so. You sit up there and put your hands directly on a woman. You are not supposed to do that. But when it's the reverse, and this is the main thing that I try to get through to a lot of people before, but I see that a lot of people are far too emotional for the conversation. The main thing that I've always stated before is that everything should be even. What happens to men is the same thing that should happen to women. I am a huge advocate of people should keep their hands to themselves, both men and women. I'm a huge advocate of if a man does something negative to a woman, he deserves everything that's coming to him. And in reverse, if a woman does something to a man that is negative, she deserves everything that's coming to her. I would like for things to sit up there and be balanced, even though I know that we live in an unbalanced society. Even though I know we live in an unbalanced society, I would then hope, at least since the world can be balanced, that at least people that happen to view the video and the content and happen to hear the context would start to put their point of view in more of a balanced type of mind frame versus it being lopsided. Because like I said before, if the boyfriend did it, there would have been an outcry all over the place. You would have had black men, man, he wouldn't have set up there and did that to my sister, man. I got sisters out here. I got cousins. I got daughters out here, man. I wish you would have set up there and tried that with mine, man. It would have been on site. It would have been on time, right? Magically, everybody's Superman. Everybody's Hercules. Everybody's Spawn. Everybody's Scorpion. But now, when a black man is going through this, who do you hear online sitting up there saying that they're about to ride out for him? Nobody. Who do you see online talking about they actually care about this happening? Nobody. Who do you sit up there and see saying that this is wrong? Barely anybody. And that's my point. And this is also going to other videos that I've highlighted before, showcasing men going through these things that women talk about all the time. Men go through the exact same things. The difference is that there is no response. The response is literally a universe of a difference. And it's sad. The police will laugh at you Women will laugh at you. Other men will laugh at you. Again, all three parties do not care. So, like I said, if people want to sit up there and fix a problem, then the problem needs to be fixed from all over. Because even if a problem, let's say that some hypothetical reason, let's say that somebody had the Dragon Balls and we were able to wish away DV when it deals with women. That's great. And that's how people would do it. People like, hey, let's just if we got one wish, let's just make sure that DV never again happens to women ever again. And that wish will be granted. So now that DV is gone because the dragon has granted that wish, now what does that leave? That now leaves women who want to sit up there and do whatever it is that they want to do because they feel a certain type of way. They'll do it. I've been in situations where I've had a woman sit up there and put her finger directly on my forehead and push it directly back and act like she's going to sit up there and try to hit me and all this other. Like I said, it takes a lot of restraint as a man to not want to respond. And that deals with anybody. It takes a lot of restraint because people will sit up there and press buttons. They'll try to do any and every single thing, especially women. They will sit up there and do it. And depending on the woman, they know the buttons to press in order to get a reaction. But like I said before, somebody like this gentleman here, watch it happen, would never have anything to say. He would not bring up his fingers to type on any type of keys trying to talk about he's defending his brother, he's defending black men, and da 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 and rah 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 rah. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Diabolical. Um Miss Poet. What is up? You said I thought charges would still be pressed even if the victim declined. I think that's the case uh with the incident involving people in relationships. Maybe I got it wrong. No. You're correct. I made sure to quote directly in there because Times Magazine had quoted him stating that he didn't want to press charges or anything like that because he didn't want to be a victim. And like I said, I get from my perspective, I'm using the story for a different to highlight a whole different thing. From his perspective, being her boyfriend and representing the United States, them winning medals and track and field, this is their life. I understand the full totality of why it is that he's not pressing charges, why it is that he is speaking highly directly of her, why he is giving her grace, because he is trying to save both of their brands, both of their names. He's trying to get this done as quick as possible. He's going to pretty much take the brunt of when it deals with the media and, just allow everything to be light when it deals with her. Even though I know how the media will get. The media, as soon as track and field is happening, the first question that they're going to sit up there and try to ask or squeeze in, they're going to ask her about this instance. I know what they're going to do because they've done it to her before. So, like I said, I get it. I understand it. But the craziest part is I had somebody in the comment section actually called me a pig because of my response in the video, which is pretty much I gave you a synopsis of pretty much what I was stating here in this live stream. And I got called, what did she say? She said, yeah, don't be a pig about it. I'm like, what? I'm like, is this like the Drew Carey show? I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, the only time I ever heard somebody calling somebody a pig was Mimi from the Drew Carey show talking to Drew. And I'm like, dude, like, where am I at this? Never in my life have I had somebody in the comment section ever basically refer to or call me a pig. I'm like, that is wild. I had to check myself in the mirror real quick. I had to go weigh myself. I'm like, yo, did I gain weight recently? I'm like, yo, I feel like shots have been fired somewhere. I'm like, nah, I'm still in the, wavering in the 160 area. That's crazy. It's diabolical in nature. But I'm like, all right, whatever. I guess. I guess. Yeah, pretty much that's pretty much what he's doing. He's, showing united front. Like I said, I get it. I 100% get it. I'm just saying from my angle, I wish that things were just treated evenly, the same way that you would have black men respond if he were to have quote unquote put his hands on her. I would love it to see black women have that exact same response. That's all I'm sitting up here saying. Instead of people just dogpiling on one thing and acting like it never happens, from the other side and different things of that nature. That is that is crazy. That is diabolical. Mm-mm-mm. It's crazy work, crazy work. But now let's go to the next. I gotta actually scroll back down. I forgot. Let's go to the next video.
It was gonna go left.
Oh, whoops. That is not the next video. This is the next video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this video is dealing with a black woman. I'm not sure if she's on vacation or where she is at currently at this moment in time, but you have this white guy that proceeded to basically be in her space. So let's watch what takes place here.
It's a yes, sir.
It's a yes or no. You don't sit at my table and tell me what's a yes or no. Walk away. Have a great day.
Okay.
God bless you. Are you refusing to walk away?
Right back here I came from.
Go back to where you came from. Amen. Sit up beside me, bro. I mean, I've had a hell of a fucking day. Hello? Speaking.
All right, so I forgot I actually had myself on mute right quick. Um, but yeah, as you were able to see, you had the black woman there sitting by herself at the table. The guy decided that he wanted to pull up to the scene for whatever reason and whatever drunken stupor that he was in. I guess to try to get her attention or to talk to her. She dismissed him, said that she is pretty much not interested. He still stayed there and still tried to press the whole thing up until she pressed back and she said, "You can basically get directly to another table, whatnot, whatever." And he proceeded to another table. While going to the table, he decided to sit in a way of basically facing and staring directly at her. And this is when she proceeded to leave. Because realistically, that is a dangerous situation. That dude should have just walked away, went somewhere directly else, but he was looking real stalkerish. It looked like he was trying to antagonize. He had some thoughts basically going through his brain. So this is when the black woman decided, up, it's my cue to basically get up. Let me go directly back to my room. Because it was not looking safe. Like it was just not looking safe at all. But this is why I sit up there and tell people like, yo, if you happen to go places, go in pairs. I've advocated for this for a very long time. Go in pairs. Just like I've stated to women before in live streams and different videos, if you got to go to the bathroom, all of y'all get up and go to the bathroom. If it's five friends directly that went to the club, all of y'all get up and go directly to the bathroom. It should not be one woman left on that dance floor directly at that table because any and everything can sit up there and happen. Even if y'all got drinks there, that's cool. Order some brand new drinks. Order some brand new drinks. Because like I said, safety matters. I've stated that so many times out of all the videos that I've shown of things happening directly to women. I've always stated that safety matters, safety matters, safety matters. But I look online every single day, and I see people opting not to worry about safety. Like I said, I'm happy that she's okay though. I'm happy she's okay and that nothing took place and that nothing happened. I'm happy for that. So now we are going to. Oh, I forgot. I didn't even see that up there. She said, "This is why I don't go outside." Yep, I get it. I get it to be like that. So now we are going to go to the next video. We're going right back to Africa. This technically would have been a video I would have played first, but I think I edited this one later. So this woman is doing. She's African. She's doing, I guess, this slight trend that's online where people basically say something and they block out their face. Right. So let's take a listen to what this woman has to state. And then there's going to be a rebuttal from a Black American woman afterwards.
If we're going to boycott, let's boycott. Stop wearing Nigerian prom dresses done by Nigerians. Stop going to Morocco. Stop getting your henna done. Stop wearing waist beads. Stop wearing Fulani braids. Stop wearing Senegalese braids.
Okay, well, stop benefiting from the civil rights movement. So I guess that would mean for you to go back and get the out of our HBCUs and stop pledging in our fraternities and stop receiving those scholarships that many of y'all are receiving at our HBCUs. Stop benefiting from birthright citizenship. Have your babies in your homeland. And face bead, Nigerian prom dress, and who the hell is eating that dry ass jollof rice other than y'all? I thought we made it clear with this whole Essence Festival that we don't eat. Those modern braiding styles were not created by you, but you can stop putting gel on your peppercorn edges and swooping up your baby hairs. Ooh. You can also tell your big brisket-headed men to stop getting fades and wearing do-rags. You can do that too. Stop using hairstyles. Stop wearing clothes. You ain't saying stop using toilets. You ain't saying stop using power grids. I wonder why. And y'all just barely start wearing clothes in the first place. You don't want me to sit here and go through this list that I got right now. You don't want. We could be here for 2 hours going through the list of you gotta put down, so I don't want to hear that fucking bull. I don't give a about your trinkets or whatever else you talking about.
Whoa. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. That is insane. That is 100% insane. Let me sit up there and tell you something. Let me tell you something. Like I said before, for whatever reason, whenever it is that Black Americans are just doing something, you got people that want to come out and they want to start speaking for no reason. This woman who was African, who it looks like she more than likely is probably in America. She said, "Stop going to Morocco." I've never been to Morocco. I've never been. I think it looks cool or whatnot, whatever. It probably has, pretty, dope culture or whatnot or whatever. But I've never been there. She said stop using certain types of braids. Oh wait, what did she say? Did she say something about prom dresses? What was that?
Stop wearing Nigerian prom dresses done.
Where, brother, where did you firstly, before Black Americans were even talking anything about Nigeria, like black people in America been doing the whole prom thing for since as long as we've been able to sit up there and do it. It had nothing to do with Nigeria. Like, what are you talking about? Like and this is how wild this is. If I were to pull up prom dresses from Black American teenagers versus the prom dresses over there in Nigeria, it's going to be a night and day difference. Like over here, when it deals with Black Americans, we will basically infuse media and culture into the way that we style and dress. Like we'll do stuff that people won't even think. Like you literally had one Black American girl, she had her dress made of nothing but blue hunnets. I ain't never seen that before. Blue hunnets. I'm like, that is wild. That is wild. But like I said, only a woman can wear something like that and not worry about, nobody trying to steal nothing. Because, like I said, there is regardless of whatever people want to sit up and say, there is a type of respect, and there is unwritten rules there that are followed. This is why women can go out there and buy and have expensive things, and pretty much ain't nothing happening. Now, men on the other hand, we getting robbed. It just be like that. Give off the watch. It just be like that. But like I said before, for Black Americans, we will infuse our culture, our country, our society directly into how it is that we dress. Even with the young Black men out here going to prom, you can see the exact same thing. Like the way that their suits and different stuff that they're sitting up there doing, like it's crazy. Like they'll take stuff directly from anime, directly from cartoons, comic books, stuff from rappers, maybe things from like childhood. Like I said before, like they're doing things that are outside of whatever Nigerian culture is when it deals with proms. Like I said, the stuff that we do here in America, y'all don't got that over there. Like I said, American culture like is American culture. So the way that we envision, the way that we see, the way that we create, y'all don't got that over there in Nigeria. Y'all got your own Nigerian thing. Like I said, y'all clothes and stuff look dope over there. It's cool. Y'all got your own stuff. That's dope. But don't be trying to sit up there and pull up to the scene as an African telling us that we're copying Africans. Word, brother. No, we're not. We're not copying rap or whatever else that y'all got to sit up there and try to lay claim to. We are doing our own. Let me see that. Somebody did ask a good question. Somebody said, "What is a Nigerian prom dress?" Let me look this up because I'm curious as well too. Uh, Nigerian prom dresses. It. I'm just looking at the African. Okay, so I know what these are. It's just these African prom dress. It's just like, brother, it ain't even that serious. Come on now. Like I said before, like I'm looking at some of the stuff. Yeah, nah. Like I said before, and then on top of that, let me see something. Let me just type that in. Let me see. Yeah, because I need to see this. Yeah, so I tried to type in when did Nigerians start celebrating prom, and this is what the AI gave me. They said that prom as a formal high school dance originated in the late 1800s and the early 1900s in the United States, primarily in northeastern colleges and universities. It was intended to teach young men and women proper etiquette. There is no specific information about the exact year when Nigerian schools adopted the tradition of celebrating prom. However, the tradition of celebrating prom in Nigeria is relatively recent, likely introduced with the influence of Western culture. Like I said, I never knew that Nigerians even had proms. Like I said, like I said, this woman is a bozo. She's a straight clown, straight Looney Tune. Like I said, I never knew of people on the African continent even having proms. I just knew of that in America. That's it. Like I said, what history do Nigerians have of celebrating prom? Like I said, AI sat up there and just told us what America's been doing this from as early as the 1800s and the early 1900s. What was Niger? Let me just type that in. Um, let me see. What were Nigerians doing in the 1800s? Let me see. Let me see. Matter of fact, when did Nigeria become a country? Let me look that up as a matter of fact, right? Because they talking about prom dresses. Nigeria officially became an independent country on October 1st, 1960. This marked the end of British colonial rule and the beginning of Nigeria's self-governance. Prior to this, Nigeria was administered as colony and wait, what? And prerogative of Nigeria in 1963. Nigeria adopted the Republic Constitution and became the Federal Republic of Nigeria while remaining part of the Commonwealth. Huh. Well. 1960, huh? 1960. Probably had a mispronunciation in there. It'd be like that sometimes. But yeah, 1960. But we're copying Nigeria's fashion. I'm a little bit confused. If America's been doing this as early as the 18 and the 1900s, and Nigeria, in a sense, became its own in the 1960s, how in the blue hell could we be copying you? What is going on? Wait, Miss said, don't nobody put me in the middle. LOL. That lady, they got fired for calling on African doctors to not see Black Americans. Had the nerve to include us folks from the diaspora. Diaspora. Lord, my words today. English. Lord, messing up today. Oh yeah, I covered a few of her videos. Quite a few. Panther said they got a birth certificate of 1963. Yeah, that's wild. Zane said there are some Africans who want to be colonized again because their countries went to pot. Yeah, it'd be like that. Yo, we got Brandon V World. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Oh yeah, I forgot. Let me roll back through it. We got Brandon V World with the $2 don't know. Here comes a new chime. I gotta go back and highlight these because I was so focused. We got another one that he said earlier today. He said, by the way, we coined the phrase trendsetters. That is facts. Brandon V World also said, if delusion had a face, LOL. That is bars. And Brandon V World also said that she really thinks rapping comes from Africa. Much love and appreciation for the dono, sir. Much love, respect, and appreciation, good sir. Concern said Nigeria was named after Flora Shaw, a white lady. That's crazy. Lord have mercy. Let me just now I have to look this up. Let me let me see this. Who Lord have mercy. Brother, what? Nigeria is named after the Niger River by British journalist Flora Shaw in the late 19th century. She suggested the name Nigeria in an essay published in the Times newspaper in 1897. The name was chosen to replace the longer and less convenient Royal Niger Company territories. Jesus Christ. That was the original name of Nigeria? The Royal Niger Company. Brother. Oh, I gotta put this up there. Yo, that is wild. That is what. Shout out. Let me. Where did brother go? Where did you go? Where did you go? Yeah, concerned black citizen. Shout out and much love and appreciation for putting that directly out there. Now I gotta put the woman's picture up there. This is the woman that named Nigeria, brother. What? And originally Nigeria was named. And this is again, I looked it up. I typed in who was Nigeria named after my interest was piqued by the comment there. And the original name for Nigeria was the Royal Niger Company Territories. Oh, brother. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. I'm gonna have to, bring that if I ever happen to catch a video where a Nigerian is talking crazy, I'm gonna just have to like bring that up. I'm gonna make sure that let me bookmark this. That's classic right there. Shout out to you for the comment there. Shout out to you. Like I said, this is why I love live streams. Brandon World said, "Man, that was 4 hours ago." Yeah, it was. It was, man. I was dead focused. I thought the Nigerians named themselves. That's crazy. White people did it. That's wild. That's wild. Miss said 1963. My mom was 3. Yeah, my grandmother is older than Nigeria. She was born in the 1930s. That is wild. That is wild. Diabolical. And it took for a European woman to come directly through there and call you something different. Whew. Realistically, she should be the god of Nigeria. I'm just going to be real. She should be the honorary god of Nigeria because she literally gave you your names. She is the reason that Nigerians call themselves Nigerian. I am Nigerian from Nigeria. So basically, you're from a white woman. Woo! That's crazy. That's diabolical work. That is diabolical. Zane said Afro rap is straight humor. Listen to Bang song called Take You to the Movies. That's crazy. Concerned Citizen said I be on it. Yeah, that's bars. That is bars. I ain't even think about that. Let me tell you, I never even I never thought about to look up who gave Nigeria its name. She basically gave Nigeria. What? Like, it's so crazy to really think that it was a white woman that gave Nigerians their pride. If you really think about it, I wonder how many Nigerians actually know that they have their name and all that because of a white woman. Dog, that's wild. That is wild. Concerned Citizen said, I've been following you forever. Yeah, that's bars. That is bars. I want to say it is hard to keep track of a lot of people because sometimes, I know some things happen to y'all accounts or y'all get unsubscribed or whatnot or whatever, or y'all got to swap names and everything. I try to keep track of a lot of people's names. And after about like the 5th name change, yeah. It'd be tough. Let me see. Oh, Rivers, yo, what is up? You said so they were a corporation? Yeah. Yep. Brandon B. World said the Crypt Keeper. Let's see what we got. Judas said, love it. Mic drop. Yo, what is up? Just in case I didn't say what's up to you earlier. Zane said, I heard Nigerians do rain dances around miniature statues of Flora Shaw. They should be, because she's basically their pride. She named them. She should literally be their god. I'm just going to be real. Like, she literally gave you your pride, your name. That, because if not, you would have been saying whatever Nigerian territory. That whole thing. Rivers said, I'm older than them. Let me see. Somebody said they would be happy because they worship whiteness. That's true. What is that? Kia Harris said, and they got the nerve to be mad at what we call ourselves. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. D Money says she low key handsome. That is diabolical work. Gotta highlight that one. That's she got a strong chin out there. Strong chin. Concern said since the gaming live streams. Oh yeah, that's way back. That is way back. I ain't do gaming live streams in a minute. Brandon V. World said my son said he want to play Grounded 2 with you. Don't do it, LOL. I actually been playing Grounded 2. Grounded 2 is pretty fun, but like Sham said, it is a little bit buggy. Shout out, much love and appreciation for the $5 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. It is a little bit buggy. I guess technically, since it is towards the tail end of everything, I can sit up there and start bringing up the games and everything like that. But yeah, like Sham said, Grounded 2 is a little bit buggy at this moment because I ended up getting killed by a soldier ant through a rock because he was just like trapped in there. But I saw a praying mantis and I didn't see it again and I wanted to fight it. I was very much tempted, but I couldn't do it. I took out mosquitoes. I took out the stink bugs, took out the other corrosive bugs, red ants, ladybugs, the scorpions too. Them scorpions can move. They got scorpions and baby scorpions. Good lord. And then they also got robotic, I guess, controlled scorpions. It's some crazy work in there. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff in there. I'm probably gonna actually get back on there today at some point and start sitting up there playing and everything. But yeah, so it's a lot of stuff happening. A lot of stuff happening. Mecha Break. I mean, not Mecha Break. I know Tekken got some new characters coming. Grounded is not really doing anything. Battlefield is going to have their whole thing from the 9th to the 10th, and then they're going to have another continuation the next week. The first descended on the 7th. Fortnite with the Power Rangers again. Because I'm a Power Ranger fan, I gotta buy the costumes. I gotta do it. If Warframe had Power Ranger costumes, I would have bought them on there. But Miss Poetrix said, I wanted to throw up yesterday. I saw a video of an African man damn near worshiping some white folks. He was singing their praises about what they built, but forgot the damage and the plunder and the death. Yeah, that's because a lot of people, like I said, if people want to talk about brainwashing, you don't gotta look nowhere else but over there on that continent. Let me tell you, there's a lot of people. Like I said, shout out to the few amongst the many that are fighting for a better future of Africa. Shout out to those few nations out there. But the other, 90 whatever percent, yeah, they're not really about that life. They're not trying to make moves like that. They're not trying to cause a ruckus and really, put their foot down. They're just trying to sit idly by and just wait. Like I said, a lot of black people was not for the civil rights. A lot of black people sat out. A lot of people was not, for it. You even had some pastors. I got like a video or something of a pastor talking about. No, it was an article that they got online where there was a specific pastor that was actually against Martin Luther King and the whole thing with the civil rights and all that other type of stuff and whatnot or whatever. So yeah, like I said, it's a lot of stuff. It is a lot of stuff. What else? Was that it? I think I did have another video, but it's not edited. That's the only problem. I got another video, but it's not edited, and that one has to do with kids and how it is that they want to start cussing directly online while the mother is present. Crazy work. It ain't nothing good. Let me tell you, nothing good at all. Nothing at all. But yeah, pretty much. I think I'm trying to go through all of these videos, make sure I actually showed you guys all the videos. Look at all the women here. Yep. I think we are golden. We did it, guys. We made it to the end of the live stream. I actually did not think that this was going to be about 4 hours, but on top of you guys talking and responding to comments and giving my 2 cents in between videos, I guess ended up pushing it to the 4 hour mark and everything of the sort. So There we are. There we are. But again, much love, respect, and appreciation. And shout out to Craig X said, did you hear about the all white city or town? Oh yeah. I know about that one. And the main thing I talked about before, I think I might have mentioned it in the previous live stream about the all white town and city. I said I don't have no problem with it. Those white folks and many others, they want to be directly by themselves. They want to be away from everybody else. They said they're doing it for culture and all this other. Like I said, I don't care. They can say that it's all white, or they can say it without saying it. Either which way, I do not care. Go and do what it is that you want to sit up there and do. You want to be in the Ozarks or wherever it is. You want to have all white everything and all of that. Fine, so be it. Go out there and go do it. Because like I said before, if it came to a point in time where Black Americans were really trying to start this up and really do something of this nature, it's only a matter of time before history repeats itself. And whatever we are building, somehow people are going to demonize it. People are going to try to say it's segregationalist, it's divisive. They're going to try to say that Black Americans are racist and all this other. Like I said, it's some way somehow people are going to sit up there and say stuff. So, like I said, for those white people, kudos to you. By all means, go out there and go live in the wilderness with the bears, lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my, go right out there and knock yourself right on out. Like I said, I don't got no problem. Now you got some Black conservatives out there that got platforms. They really tried to make this some type of a big issue, as if to quote unquote be the talking head or representatives of Black folks out there to try to speak on some type of random outrage. Black people don't care. Ordinary everyday Black people do not care. Especially Black people in the hood do not care. Not even worried about it, not even making a frown face, or it's not even really a topic. Like I said, for me, like I said, I don't care. Go out there and be great. You're laughing there. Go out there and do what it is that you want to do. You know, uh, Judah said they're just trying to get us to agree with them. I mean, this has been my thing for a minute. I've said before that something that needs to take place is that you should have like-minded Black people, start doing a variety of things around here, right? Like-minded Black people start doing a variety of things, for the positive, for the upliftment, to instill value directly in the in the community. But as I state that, I know that we got one problem, which is that when it deals with the homes in our families, we tend not to keep them. We tend to, sell them off so that it's not there for generations. Somebody else basically has it. At this moment in time, you got a lot of quote unquote Black blocks or historical Black blocks, which are now being integrated, right? Which people from the suburbs were never even dreaming or even thinking of trying to live or come there. Now, automatically, you see, 10 to 20 white people trying to buy houses in Black areas. I'm like, what? I've never seen nothing like this. Like, yeah, I've never, because like in the reverse, I've never been at a point in time where I've seen 10, 20 Black folks in groups going around the white community looking at houses. They would have had the whole police precinct directly out there on those Black folks, seeing that many Black people. People would have been losing their minds. Would have been losing their minds. Harris said, nah, the town already looks bland as unseasoned chicken. I mean, it'd be like that. Like I said, I'm not sure what they're doing for a living. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess they would go to and from work or something like that. I think some of the women there might be staying home or whatnot or whatever. Or however it works. Maybe they might be on government assistance. I don't know. But we'll see how it basically works out. We will see how it works. Zong said they won't crash out. It's a self-sustaining community. Ms. Poetrick said exactly. Let them come up with their own inventions and keep their unseasoned food. Craig X said they already crashing out. You didn't hear about it? Nah, I ain't hear about it. Wait, what you mean they what happened? What you mean they crashing out? Yeah, let us know, Craig. Tell us the word on the street. Like I said, I was about to sit up there in this live stream. Now my interest is now peaked, and now because I know my live stream is delayed, I gotta wait a long time for the response. Let me see. Uh, Mo said it's going to be a lot of family cohabitation in that town. Yeah, it probably will be. It probably will. Shout out to the Hills Have Eyes and Leatherface, because it's going to be a lot of that. Let me tell you, it's going to be a lot of that. Sham said it's about 40 of them in that town, and they're already trying to move. Woo, that's crazy. Oh wait, they said the founder used to do content. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? That's crazy. And I promise you, if it's a guy that used to do a type of content, yeah, no stone is going to be left unturned. That's as much as I can sit up there and say, because I promise you that some of the women that are there probably know of the work or the works of the founder, and that's one of the reasons why they are there. And like I said, they don't got no problem sitting up there moving around at night and keeping quiet. Sham said that's not a sundown town. That's an old town. That's why he made it. Well, like I said, that's crazy because you got people there sitting up there raising quote unquote raising families. Ooh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Craig X said a melanated man delivered some mulch and they tipped his truck over on purpose, so now they're getting sued. Oh yeah. I covered that. I covered that in another video. Was it in the live stream or did I do a video? Yeah, I did do a solo video for it. I did. Yeah, Craig is up there. He wrote something at 6:26. D Money said, "Don't kink shame." You about to sit up there? You about to have Sham sitting up there talking about? I'm about to put my head under. Sham about to go into hiding. That woman is about to go into hiding real quick. Let me see. But yeah, that's crazy. That people are already talking about moving, but this is what they wanted though. They wanted to be away from everybody. You wanted to see yourselves, be around yourselves, all of that. Like I said, that is crazy. Diabolical in nature. Wild works, guys. Wild works. Sham was like, "Why I always got to make my face red with spells?" Oh, that is hilarious. Y'all are hilarious. Let me tell you something. Also, much love, respect, and appreciation for any and everybody that is pulled directly up to the live stream. Currently, at this moment in time, we have about a good 37K that pulled up directly to the live stream over the 4 hours that have taken place. So much love to any and all of you guys who pulled directly up to the scene. Like I said, again, love doing live streams. Appreciate y'all for being here. Listen to me yammer and things of that nature. We got Hack up in here throwing some random emojis. Did you just type the smiley face in it? This man typed the smiley face in there. I thought for a brief second, I thought it just showed up like that, and then I went on the YouTube side. Yeah, he typed it. These PC people, man, let me tell you, the PC elitist out here, PC master race. Zhang said people are already informally segregated. The Indians live together. Whites have their towns. Mexican areas, black towns. This phenomenon will only increase. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. That is true. That is very true. But the only difference is that in a lot of instances, when it deals with black people, they're being pushed out of their neighborhoods, such as like in California. I've gone over videos of Mexican gangs and different things of that nature that have firebombed and pushed black people out of their communities so that they can pretty much take over and have that space. Like I said, they're native black Californians that have talked about this openly in the history and how these things have transpired and happened. Because in a lot of times, if you take it back further enough over there in California, certain areas, you didn't have Mexicans sitting up there like being like the majority of the population in certain areas. Now, again, things have transitioned and changed. People have either been pushed out or forced out, or people have decided that they just wanted to, move in and go somewhere else that's less of a headache and they don't got to deal with, all the other type of stuff, you know. Craig said, but they won't let us prosper. Bars. Sham said it was a whole meeting in Congress about it. Bring up Black American genocide by Mexicans. Yep. Zhang said LA used to be a lot blacker. Yeah, it was. The same thing with DC. DC used to be known as Chocolate City. And that was like, that was a name to be proud of. That like that wasn't nothing that people were looking at as like a negative. It was like, no, this is us. Like we are, DC. But, now it's different. And the same thing is happening directly in New York, where the people are the black American New Yorkers are being pressed out of their homes and forced everywhere else. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It is crazy. Let me see. Sham said Brooklyn, New York to now it's almost Latino. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, you can thank Eric Adams directly on that one. Eric Adams and the other administrations, for that even, taking place and being the thing. Like I said, a lot of the times they'll do things. The governments will do things in order to displace Black Americans. They will do a variety of things in order to get people directly out, and so that they can have the replacements. Because the thing that people don't understand is that out of all of the other groups directly out here, Black people have been the main ones fighting continuously. Still ain't give up, still ain't standing down, and all this other type of stuff. We are still sitting up there fighting, and we're still the most resistant ones here versus everybody else. This is why they're trying to get us directly out of our neighborhoods and everywhere else and put everybody else there who is not resistant, who is going to sit up there and say yes, who is going to do whatever it is that they tell them to sit up there and do. Like I said, a lot of these people, they think that it's a win that, oh, yeah, we're sitting up there and taking your neighborhood. People think that it's a win. It's like, dog, they just going to sit up there. Just wait. Just wait. Like I said, everybody has their turn directly on the wheel. And for those who don't understand it, you're about to understand it because you're about to see it. You're about to live it in 8K. And I'm going to be there recording and filming, documenting, and doing live streams and videos directly on it. Like I said, it's crazy work. Let me see. Washington, Panther said Washington, D.C. was Chocolate City. California was black. New York City was black. Detroit was black. Chicago was black. I mean, yeah, you're right. You are right. Detroit is now diverse. I think the majority is still, to a certain extent, still black. But again, if everything still goes the way that it is, it's going to be more of everybody else versus the black community there, and it's going to be a sad sight. It's going to be a sad sight because a lot of history and a lot of things are going to be gone. Like I said, because the new people coming in, they don't care nothing about any type of black historical or history. They're dealing with the neighborhoods. They don't care about none of that. And they'll sit up there and rename the neighborhood and the area. That's why I be trying to tell people like, yo, hold on to your houses, hold on to those blocks, because it's a lot more than just money. But people will figure it out one day. People will figure it out one day. Kay Harris said, "Not if Trump can help it, deport them all." It's crazy. Diabolical. Ms. Poetrix said, I noticed that we black folks welcome anyone to our communities. That's facts. But we're not treated the same a lot of the time. So many videos I've watched of black people being questioned / told that they don't belong. Yeah, you're 100% correct. 100%. Especially if black people go to the suburbs. If you're a black man and you decide to go to the suburbs and you start jogging and walking around, oh yeah, the whole neighborhood. I showcased one video of a black dude doing that. Literally, 4 to 5 white dudes pulled up out of nowhere as if this was like, the starting to a 1950s Mississippi movie. Like, it was looking crazy out there. I'm like, dog, what is y'all doing? I'm like, y'all walking and following this dude, jogging behind him. You got cars pulling up, asking stuff. You got a white dude on a bike sitting up. Like I said, it was crazy. It was crazy. Shem was like, what's Anglo Italians? Let's see. What we got. They said Anglos are English Americans. Let me see what else we got. Zane said, I don't mean push in a violent set, more like displaced. No, for me, it was what I'm saying is both. I'm not mincing my words at all. Like I said, I still got pictures of the articles where it talked about gangs, Mexican gangs sitting up there firebombing and doing things of that nature, displacing and pushing black Americans directly out of their homes and everything of that nature. Sham said, yeah, in the history after slavery and in the 1960s, there was a greater migration of black people from the South to the North, including Brooklyn. They filled in low paying factory jobs and whites fled the areas. Yeah. Yep. 200 gigs. I'm sorry, mistyped the name, not mistyped the name. 200 and 2006. I want to say gigs, but I know it's like GLG. Said yes, that was true, but it's changing finally. Way last time, we are way too accepting of people who have zero reciprocity. Bars. Let me see. 2006 said they certainly did. Seen one bragging about doing it online in LA a couple of months ago. Yeah, I wouldn't be too shocked. Like I said, as I stated before, I got videos of people from all different races doing stuff or saying stuff or trying to antagonize things when it deals with black Americans directly out here. Like I said, it's crazy work. 100% crazy work. But anyways, that is it for the live stream. We are officially at the 4 hours and 11-minute mark. I feel as though that I might need some coffee or some sleep at this moment in time after doing this live stream. Probably some food. But yes, what is it? 6:38 on my end on a Tuesday. And hopefully y'all have a great day today. Y'all make it to and from wherever it is that y'all are coming from. You get home, spend some time with yourself, your family, catch up on some movies, some television shows, go get something to eat and relax. Have a very great day. So yeah, that is it. Again, appreciate y'all for coming out, for showing up to the live stream. I'm going to post that one video I just talked to. Can't get my words right. The one video I just talked to you guys about where it dealt with the Trump administration and the food. I'm going to have that posted for you guys. I was saying about, depending on how long it takes, probably about like 12 minutes. It should be up. So hopefully before 7 o'clock, I will have that video posted and it'll be up there for all of you guys to see. If you have all of your notifications directly on, you'll get the message. But again, love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for being here. And I will see you guys later. What was that? Sam said, be safe, y'all. Eat well. I made some taco salad for dinner. That sounds pretty good. Zane said, dope stream. First time tuning in. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you for being here. Happy you had a great first time. 2006 said, talk to y'all later. All love. Got you. Much love, respect, and appreciation to you as well. Denise Rivers said, good evening. Miss Poetrix said, I'm glad I caught the live today. I'm glad you caught it as well. What else? Sham said, LOL, still got to share 10% with D Money, so nope. Oh, man, that is hilarious. That is hilarious. That is crazy. But yeah, but shout out to everybody. Talk to you guys later and peace out. I was actually about to press the wrong button on the wrong part of the stream.